Hello, everybody, and welcome to another painting stream here on youtube.com/Johnny Chiodini. I am Johnny Chiodini. I have yet to put my apron on, and actually need to rig up this light as well. So if you'll give me a moment, it's been a bit of a day. Give me 1 second, I'll be right with you. Alright, yes, there we go. Hi, everybody, and welcome to a very, very special chilled hobby stream. Because this one is not just a hobby stream, this is a stubborn project day. The idea, if you haven't already been told, is to get something that you do want to work on, you know, that you would like to finish, but for whatever reason, haven't been working on lately. Maybe it's just you've never been in the mood. Maybe it's a bit irritating, maybe it's, you know, whatever the reason, you've not been working on it. We're going to start working on it now. So, hopefully you've got a project with you, and I'm looking forward to hearing about what you're working on. Daniel Trigg asks, does that include my day job? Yes, Daniel, that absolutely works. It's anything that you feel like you want to crack on with, but haven't been cracking on with. And we're gonna put some work in. So I, for one, have been working recently on a lot of Blood Bowl miniatures for Blood Bowl, 'cause it's a game I really love. And that means that I've been neglecting to paint any Skaven, which are sort of the models I started with when I started painting. And I have a tub of them, and I've probably got about 70 odd to do. So today, let's just sort out the focus. I'm going to try and paint 20 of these in 4 hours. So I've got 20 clan rats. As you can see, I primed them today, which is why my thumbnail is that delightful grey. And we're just going to try and smash through them. To be honest with you, I hate batch painting. And every time I've been working on something else, even if it's something I'm really enjoying, I'm like, but I could be working on the Skaven, though. I should be doing more on them. So I'm going to try and buck that trend today and paint 20 clan rats. I don't know if I'll get them finished by the end, but fingers crossed I will. Because I'm pretty quick at painting these. I once tried to speed paint one, and I did one from start to finish in 15 minutes, which wasn't bad. So I guess we'll see. Anyway, hello to everyone watching in chat. There are a whole bunch of you. What are you working on today? What is your stubborn project that you have decided you're going to tackle today? What is the... I keep wanting to say what is the white whale you're going after today, but obviously Ahab, not really the kind of person you want to model yourself on. Famously, his big project, killing a whale that had once taken his leg, did not end well for him. It was a lesson in hubris and being monomaniacal. Will says 20 is such a big batch. It is. That's why I've saved it for this. RV Dammit says practicing black armor today. Good luck. Alex Simpkin says 3D printing vampire teeth for Halloween. That sounds great. Minute L says ox owls. Teresa M says working on my Dragon Cross stitch. Alison Wasserbauer says, a knitted blanket that I've made much too large. Josh Warriad says, ahoy there! For my unfinished project, I'm finishing off a bit of my homebrew 5e sourcebook that I've been meaning to do for ages. Excellent, that's the kind of thing we like to see. Thomas Ford says, I'm grading papers and writing a grant proposal. Oh boy, what fun. Abby Marie will be working on a cross-stitch once Abby's slightly more awake. Corey Haynes says, hey Johnny, might have to bounce because I'm going to be getting on with some more Ring Fit. I'm tired already and I ain't even started yet. Yeah, that sounds about right. Planning my D&D Halloween one-shot, says Caitlin. Colin Jacobs says, I'm going to finish painting my Deathwatch Space Marines. Will says, I'm working on digesting Thanksgiving dinner. I may also be working on it tomorrow. Incredible. Alice says it's also cross-stitch time. Argenta is working on some model kit samples to display in a shop right now. Keep Calm and Reload is pickling beets and gherkin. delicious. Arcadia says, sewing, fixing boyfriend's jeans, and making one of your pins into a necklace. Yes! All right, let's do this thing, shall we? I prepared earlier by racking up all of the paints I need to paint Skaven. So it's kind of my friend Monk, or Googly-Eyed Skull, who has been on the channel before and sometimes is in chat, always talks about the importance of first-order retrieval. So just making sure that you can reach the stuff that you need most often easily, which sounds very obvious, but when you think about how many people put their paints in a rack and are like, they have to go to the rack to find whatever paint it is, you kind of realise that actually... What is that? That's a box. But actually, there are paints that I need more than others. So having those always out and others tucked away, that makes a lot more sense. Josephine of Undeadburg has done a super chat of a Shiba Inu that is balancing on its back paws with its front paws up, and it sort of punches one of those into the air and gives a little cheer with the accompanying text, "How's it going?" It's going pretty well, Josephine, thank you very much. I'm excited to be... I'm hoping this is going to be quite a cathartic stream for everybody, because we can make a bit of progress, even a tiny bit of progress, on some of our most dreaded projects, and I think we'll all come out feeling pretty good from it. I'm also kind of riding a bow wave from the weekend when on Friday and Saturday we did live Oxventure shows at EGX in the Excel Centre in London. It was very surreal to be back. It felt like it had been no time at all, and yet it also felt like it had been a million years. But walking out and hearing the reaction and seeing people in the crowd was bloody lovely. So I was exhausted yesterday. I woke up at 9 to take the dog out, went back to bed at 11:30 and slept until 5 p.m. And then I had some lunch and had a second nap. So it was a lot, but it was a good a lot. So that was nice. And I can't wait for the episodes to hit YouTube. Apparently they look really nice. They're like 3 different camera angles because they had a really good camera setup in the theatre. And I'm just excited for everyone to see it. Okay. Will says, I'm looking forward to the next one of these where I can attack my Dark Angels and finish them. Attack and dethrone Dark Angels. Okay. So... in retrospect, 20 is a very ambitious batch for this stream, but if I can get these to the shading bit in 4 hours, I'll be happy. That sort of adds up. So that is the rat skin flesh coat done on 1 clan rat. We're about a 1/10 of 1/20th of the way through. I don't know what that works out to, but anyway. Oh. Trezen says, no spoilers for the Oxventure weekend, please. Really looking forward to the videos. Yes, I should have said up front. No spoilers, please. Because there are many more people in the world who weren't in the audience than were. Just statistically speaking. Zisthrus says Necrons, but painted like street racing cars. Interesting. I have no idea what that would look like. Oh, if he says I'm looking forward to seeing you all at MCM. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Those shows have really crept up. They're really soon. But again, it would be nice to sort of be on the stage and see lovely Birmingham again. And the Excel Centre. What a delight. 2. Oh, Trish Sharp says I couldn't make it but saw people on my commute wearing Oxventure masks. Still brought me joy. That's lovely. The masks are really nice, actually. I probably shouldn't have sounded surprised, but they're nice anyway. Daniel Trigg says, is that one of the new like artificial Games Workshop brushes? Is it any good compared to a standard brush? Yes, this is one of their new synthetic range. They're great. They're really, really good. They keep a point really well. If there is a discernible difference between this and a normal Games Workshop brush, I haven't noticed. They're perfectly synthetic. And it's weird having all white bristles, but also it lets you see at a glance how good of a job you've done of cleaning your brush. It also lets you know when you've got paint all the way up to the ferrule, which is something I am dreadful for. So that's mildly incriminating. But hey-ho. They're my brushes, and I'll shorten their lifespan if I want to. I do give them a good clean after the stream, in fairness, so I just don't have time right now to be being careful. I've got to paint the tails on 18 more rats after this one, you know? Tom Titherington has done a super chat saying, hope you had a nice time at EGX. I did. It was lovely seeing a lot of old colleagues again. The show floor was a lot smaller than it has been at previous years. That was... Bloody hell, Luna. I think that's always to be expected because, you know, it's been a difficult year or two and it's going to take a while for events to sort of come bouncing back. But it was still, you know, good fun, and the sessions on the stage looked brilliant. And I think give it another year and EGX will be right back on form, which is nice. There's one thing I regret is that I did actually run into Team Eurogamer, but I was hoping to sit down and have a drink with them, and I didn't manage to actually hang out with them at all. But hey ho. I saw the news today that Rezzed as well is Rezzed as a brand I don't think exists anymore, and it's being rolled into EGX Birmingham. So it's moving to Birmingham and it has been rebranded. And like, I'm sad that there's not going to be an event at Tobacco Dock. Like while allegedly, and this is just, you know, this is just me talking, so take it with a pinch of salt. Allegedly, the venue was a little difficult to work with. I think like Tobacco Dock just really added something to it, like the fresh air and the amount of light, and it was a pretty cool space, and it, you know, lots of little tunnels and warrens, so it felt like you were unearthing little delightful video game treats rather than being in a big hall. But at the same time, I remember when EGX came back from Birmingham, a lot of people were quite rightly sad because it means that people in the Midlands and, you know, in the North have to travel all the way to London to go to a show, and, you know, that leaves them poorly served. So I'm glad there is now, again, an offering for people in the Midlands and in the North and, you know, all that kind of stuff. But, yeah, lovely Tobacco Dock. But hey-ho, what are you going to do? What was I going to do? I was going to put some music in my ears, wasn't I? Loud, there we go. Okie dokie. MCM is yet to announce what's going on. Apart from Oxventure, what will you be up to at MCM? What will you be up to much at MCM, please? Asks Arcadia. I'm not booked in for anything off my own back at MCM. I'm just doing the Oxventures. And I can't speak to what else is on the schedule because I don't really know. But it's pretty much going to be the same as EGX for me. It's drop in, do the Oxventure, and then that's me done. I'm not against doing, you know, live stage stuff at shows. It's just, you know, like I've only been doing this 6 months, so it kind of feels like I wouldn't really be certain what to do, and I think next year would be a better fit for that kind of thing. So I'll look into it then. Oh shit. Oh god. My desktop audio was on. Oh, that's bad. Thanks for letting me know. Well, hopefully I won't get a DMCA. I did last week. Bugger. Oh well. I did get my a content ID claim from C Power over the music in bloody Disco Elysium. But have I got one, or I think it'll be fine. Ooh. Well, that's thrown me a little bit, but it's fine. Anyway, that was Protest the Hero, if anyone was wondering. I think it'll be fine. It's the latest Protest the Hero album called Palimpsest. That song is called From the Sky, and it's written from the perspective... Is that the one written from the perspective of Amelia Earhart? No, it's not. The song before that is. Oh well. Watson, what are you doing back there? There's your bed, lie down. Good girl. Anonymous says, it's fun to stay at the DMCA. Protest the DMCA. Very good, AK Sin. Anyway. So it goes. Let's go back on to, so I can actually see what I'm doing. Let me just check the focus on this as well. Is that slightly off? There we go. All right. I think it'll be fine. God, I remember the days of the lawless internet stream. When I was at GameSpot, he said, for every stream, just play Girls Just Want to Have Fun by Cyndi Lauper. Couldn't get away with that now, could I? No, I could not, even though it's still a great song. Something quite soothing about painting something I've painted. I think I've done close to 100 of these now. Yeah, I've talked about it quite a lot before, about how sometimes painting a model is like solving a puzzle. This is something I can do figuratively with my eyes closed. Like, I know every bit of a clan rat model, and it gets to the point where there are sculpts where I'm like, this one. I know that there's this bit that I used to miss. I can always find it. It's curiously satisfying. The Chartreuse Goose says, was streaming even a thing back then? It was. Twitch was kind of up and coming. This is sort of 2011 to 2014. So it wasn't anywhere near as big, but yeah, it was absolutely a thing. Oh, that's a little... Okay, there's me giving it the big one about how, like, I know every millimetre of a clan rat model. This one's got a little scarf, almost, just here. That threw me then. I was like, what is that bit? Oh, God. Michael Bethelson says, I'd love to see you actually try that, Johnny. Paint a figure that you don't like that much, blind without knowing what it is, and checking without painting once every 30 minutes. Oof. I mean, you never know. A.G. Peth has... don't done a super chat saying, followed your example, just donated 18 plus months of hair growth and shaved the rest to fundraise for Calm. You're an inspiration and a wonderful person. Oh, that's wonderful news. Congratulations. That's a lot of hair. 18 plus months. That's got to be quite a decent amount. I'm sure somebody will really appreciate that once it's, been turned into a wig with somebody who could use one. Congratulations. That's amazing. Well done. Not sure about a blindfolded model thing. I just don't think it would it'd be possible for me to find, like, say, the legs of a clan rat, but then keeping those one colour while picking out others, I just don't think I could do it. It sounds like a bloody nightmare. I may have bitten off more than I could chew with 20 rats, to be honest, but we'll see. I'm going to keep going. That's what Stubborn Project streams are all about. What about you lot? Is anyone... How are your Stubborn projects going? You doing okay? Are you despairing slightly? Do we need to start giving each other words of encouragement? Because, personally, I am staring down the barrel of... I'm worrying that I've given myself too much work here. Happy Jack says, started painting the tugboat, threw up, now I'm going to have a lie down, I'll retry later. Yeah, fair enough. I think that's more than enough reason to go have a little lie down, really. I'm sorry you're feeling rubbish. Pensword14 says, medieval tunic. Why? Why did I say I would do this? In Felix Soror says, I'm down to the final corner piece of this goddamn cross-stitch and I just can't outline another flipping flower. I really can't. Yes, you can in Felix Soror. Just give yourself a little tiny goal and then you can have a break. Like, outline however much of one petal you can stand, you know? Can you do it? I don't know how long it takes to outline a flower. Can you do a petal and then have a rest? Ash Versus says, currently 2/3 of the way through adding sound effects / ambience music to a fighting fantasy playthrough to make it palatable. Currently very much trying to make the best of a bad game book. Yeah, fair enough. Emmy Little says, I'm trying to draw a hand as part of a prompt list for October. And I was ahead of schedule. Hands are terrifying, but here we go. Yeah, fair enough. Look, you're all amazing. You've all decided to just get up and tackle your demons, your stubborn projects. We're doing it together. I have had these rats for 5 years now. No, 4 years. In Felix Raw says, they're very little petals, which makes my dramatics worse, but I will finish this flower outline before complaining again, and then maybe have a cup of tea. That sounds like a perfect idea. Give yourself a goal and a reward. I've got some cider in the fridge for the halfway point. Although, the way this is going, I might crack into it before then, which is also fine. It's okay to reevaluate your goals. Anonymous says, petal to the metal. Yes, please. Big fan of that. Okie dokie. Josephine of Undeadberg says, my stubborn project is taking a break and recovering. Good projects, both, and I very much would like you to keep at them, because I think you deserve it. It is important. Let me check my email to see if I've got a claim. Nope. So far, so good. All right, cool. Thanks for being cool, Protest the Hero. Love your work. Ash Versus says, where do you stand on sweet versus dry ciders? I prefer a dry cider, but I'm not opposed to a sweet one. I think they're all quite nice, really. I'm quite a fan of scrumpies these days, to be honest. I just think they're tasty and efficient. Let's face facts. But yeah, dry over sweet for me any day of the week. Ditto with white wine. Oh God, I keep... Hang on, right, if that's where my elbows are, let's just... There we go. That's a bit better, isn't it? Cool. Oh, it's nice to be holding a paintbrush again. I haven't been able to do this in ages. I haven't painted in 2-3 weeks. Must have been 2 weeks. When I was working on the Orc Mega Knob. That was a mature stream for everyone, wasn't it? Oh, did I tell you the pirate joke my friend Wes made up? Same Wes who sounds like the narrator from Disco Elysium. He sent me a message saying, "What's a pirate's favourite part of any birthday party?" Doubloons. It's just nice. Made me laugh. Never heard it before because he'd made it up. Absolute delight. Claire de Bear has done a super chat saying, "Please can you nicely shout/poke me to get on with my physical paperwork? They need a good cleaning out and shredding. I'm just being a lazy moo." Well, you know it's got to be done. At least it's not, mega taxing. It's just boring, isn't it? Sort of sorting through stuff. But I reckon have a go. If you can, I would suggest, rather than looking at the entire pile and being like, right, I've got to get through all of this, just take a wodge. Take like some that you can get through in one go, and just focus on that. Because if you're just sat there next to bloody loads and loads and loads of physical paperwork, you're just gonna feel like you're trying to drain the ocean with a teaspoon. So keep some of it out of sight and out of mind and just focus on what you've grabbed. And then, if you get through that, brilliant, that's a start. And if you can face grabbing more, even better. If not, you still got through some, It's all about tricking yourself into little tiny sprints. Which is, I think, I don't really. I've never worked in tech or anything, but as I understand it, like sort of sprints and little deadlines, how projects are managed efficiently and like daily stand-up talks and stuff is kind of interesting. Working in a bunch of offices where there have been tech teams sort of keeping the sites updated and running and sort of innovating. It's kind of interesting to see how their days are structured in terms of productivity and keeping a track on things. It's really interesting from an outsider's perspective. Iffy has done a super chat of a pair wearing a sports headband that's white with a red stripe, and it's got its back to us, but it keeps turning around and throwing up a thumbs up while sort of bouncing and nodding and pulling down its sunglasses to say, "Hey you, Iffy." That's a lovely super sticker. Thank you very much for sending it. Ah, yes, of course. Will just typed all in caps. Make sure you have some pudding. And yes, this is an extremely good sort of technique that actually Will told me about when I was first painting Warhammer, and I was painting loads of Skaven in massive batches, and I started to burn out. And I was like, how do I make this fun again? And Will said, get some pudding, which is a model that is fun to paint. It's just something I want to work on. So that, I can paint some rats, and then as a treat and to make things different and, as a reward, but also as a palette cleanser and refresher, I paint something else for a while and then go back to the things. And it just sort of breaks it up and makes you feel less like a machine for tasks that you're reluctantly completing, and it really works. It sort of worked for me in a big way in terms of miniature painting, but I've also used it for sort of other things. Like I've started to do some creative writing recently that isn't just for Weird Tales of Adventure, so that I don't feel like I'm just putting down words for that. I'm also, writing stuff that I enjoy but have no plans for, or just want to sort of get out on paper. And it's nice. It's a good mental trick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the skin done on half of these rats. Well, it's not all the skin. It's half of the skin done on half of these rats. But that's okay. I reckon 4 hours I can get all 20 to the state where I'm shading them. And then I can highlight them at my leisure in smaller batches, which is quicker, but also a lot nicer for me. Because I like highlighting rats, highlighting models like this is where they really start to come together and look nice, like really nice. So I like to take my time with that a little bit more. As you can see here, I'm not exactly being neat. I'm going at quite a pace to get these coats down. Oh, this is nice. It's good to be back doing all this. Benner42 says, a procrastination stream. Well, best crack on with homework. Go for it, Benny. Good luck. Sven Hanneman said, did Johnny ever get back to Curse City painting? Might have missed a stream or two. Wondering if they have a no grey plastic table rule like me and therefore haven't actually played it. I don't really have a no grey plastic rule at the table. It's just that I've not. I have decided I'm going to wait until I've painted all my Curse City before I play it. But that's just because I've also got a lot of other things going on at the minute, so I'm in no great rush. I'm still going with Curse City. What did I paint the other day? Oh, I painted the sword Lothario. Few weeks ago, I was doing this guy. So I'm still chipping away at it. But that's kind of a pudding project for me, actually, because I'm painting the figures deliberately one by one, which is not how I normally do things. So it's so I can just really take my time and have fun with them. It doesn't feel like work or like a capital P project. It's good. Skin, skin, skin. Mabel Teachers says, all in caps, Sexy Santa, we missed you. I forgot, yeah, the sword Lothario got named Sexy Santa. JT Girders has done a super chat saying, off to another meeting with a like party emoji. I guess it's not so bad. Billable at least. Catch you all later. Have fun with it, JT. Thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you as ever. I'm definitely going to break into a cider before 6 p.m, aren't I? Emma Benton says, oh my god, is Sexy Santa back? I'll show you the sword Lothario again. Hang on, give me a sec. Never going to get all these done with you demanding to see Sexy Santa. All right. There he is. With his coat hung rakishly off one shoulder, his enormous pauldron, his pistol. Uh-oh, I'm going to sneeze. There we go. It's better. Ugh. Yasmin Worry says, I now need to see Sexy Santa. It's like 2020 the Bear again. You just had to mention 2020 the Bear, didn't you? Here's 2020 the Bear. He's still horrible. Just vile. There he is. Grim. And Felix Sororta says, no, I know. That bear. Just dreadful. I need to get some blue tack or something. I've got a clan rat that's not staying put on their base because it's a slotted base. Okay, here we go. This isn't the final base for this model, if anyone was wondering. I just ran out of the right sized bases, but this is very lightly super glued on, so I'll be able to snap it off once I'm done painting it. I can't imagine how much of a nightmare playing Age of Sigmar would be if all of the rats had bases this big. It's absolutely ridiculous. I've got a very exciting project lined up for next week's paint stream, though. I've painted them before, but Northumbrian Tin Soldier is a brilliant model maker, model producing company. And they have made a trio of witch models that are... I mean, they just are the three witches from Hocus Pocus. And I've got two friends who are obsessed with that film and with Halloween. So I'm going to paint them up and post them to them. But I'm very excited to paint those. Had a couple of super chats come in. Jay Jacobson has done a super chat saying, "Hey Johnny, first live stream. Thank you for being awesome. You're probably the best DM I have ever seen." Bloody hell, that's high praise. Thank you very much. That's really kind. I bloody love doing it. It brings me a lot of joy and a lot of stress, but mostly a lot of joy. And Charlie Dyer has done a super chat saying, "I started playing D&D thanks to you, and I'm now writing my first one-shot. My new group use minis. I'd love one, but I'm not sure where to look or whether I'm artistic enough to paint. Any hints for a newbie?" So I would say shop around for miniatures. You don't necessarily have to go with... it's WizKids who make... I think they still make the ones for D&D, and they're also models for Pathfinder, but there are just loads and loads of people like... on Etsy or just on other stores that make great models that you can use in D&D. There is no hard and fast rule that says if you get, say, a Frostgrave miniature that you have to use it in Frostgrave. You can use it in whatever you want. So find a miniature that you really like and you're excited about and you might like to paint. There are loads of painting tutorials online. If you look on Dicebreaker, I made one breaking down sort of how I paint, and also sort of what the differences are between, metal and plastic and resin models and all that kind of stuff. So it's a kind of like very simple handy dandy guide. And honestly, I just wouldn't worry about, not being artistic enough. I didn't do art at GCSE at school, even though I wanted to, because basically I wasn't going to get a good grade. I don't really have any traditional artistic faculties, but I taught myself to paint by watching Duncan Rhodes tutorials on Warhammer TV and then just practicing, and now I bloody love it, and I make things that I'm actually genuinely pleased by, which is a really nice feeling. So it can be intimidating, but try not to be too worried. Also, there are some ways to really speed it up. Emma says, "Is it okay if I drop a Dicebreaker link in here, Johnny?" Absolutely it is. Do not worry. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. There are new paints coming out all the time, but like Games Workshop or Citadel has made a contrast paint line, which is sort of aimed at beginners, where you just slap a coat of paint on and it sits in the recesses of the model and looks really nice without you having to do loads and loads and loads of work. It's really good as a confidence booster. So you might want to look into all of that. But if you don't fancy painting at the end of the day, just get a model and ask someone else to do it. I think that's okay. Jack Wood says, resin makes me want to scream. Yes, indeed. Oh, Army Painter has just announced speed paints, which look to be similar to Contrast, says Mark Kerwan. Interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. Hup. He framed mugshot says the title of this stream feels like I'm being called out re-prepping for my first time GMing D&D later this week. Good luck with it. And yeah, you can, if you want to, you put some time in with this on in the background. That's what this stream is all about. Everyone encouraging one another to get through projects they've been quietly side-eyeing for a while, like me and these rat men. How's everyone doing? Does anyone need some encouragement? Has anyone hit a wall? Does anyone sort of run into a tricky bit and they need to vent? Because we are here to help you get over that hillock. As long as what you're doing is like a nice craft. If you're like, damn it, I just can't poison enough waterways today, then we might discourage you, but still. Charlie Dyer says, thanks, Johnny, maybe. You're welcome, maybe. Okay, this is wrap 14, I think. No. 15. Rat 15. Good old Rat 15. God, it's so funny to be back actually painting, because I've got a big Skaven army for Age of Sigmar, to be back painting this, like, 20 clan rats is one unit of clan rats. But that's like 4 more models than an entire Bloods team roster. And it's so weird that like what used to be like, oh, just a bit of my army list, like just a fraction of what I'm working on at the minute, can now be more than an entire project. It's just funny. Anyway, right, how are we doing? Is everyone... Delirious Donna says, struggling with writing a realistic dialogue section, don't want it to seem forced. I find dialogue very, very difficult. But I'm a big fan of Andy Farrant talked about this recently, of just the vomit draft, of just getting it down, just hammering it out, even if, you've got your eyes closed and you're typing, just like, ooh, just get it down and turn out something that's probably crap, that needs work. But once you've done it, you can sort of start to look at it analytically, and it's no longer just thinking about how you hope this thing will turn out, because you've got something, but it's about refining it from there and making it sort of closer to what you actually want. So, it's a bit of a leap of faith, and it can be painful, but I think it's a very useful technique. It's what I do when I'm writing scripts for things, is I plot the whole thing out in bullet points, all in caps, as fast as I can. And sometimes it actually means that I end up writing a paragraph that stays in, but I just kind of outline the whole thing. And it means that, I can pause and I won't be like, oh my God, what's the next sentence? I can be like, okay, that's that information got across. What do I need to do now? And I find that really useful. Mabel Teacher says, the best thing I ever learned on my English and creative writing degree was every first draft is shit. There you go. Oh, by the way, I think I saw earlier somebody ask if the EGX Oxventure shows are coming to YouTube. They absolutely are. Burrito has done a super chat saying, hi Johnny, how are you? Congrats on your appearance at EGX. Thank you very much. It was a lot of fun. It's great to see you and the Oxventure team find joy in live shows again. How did those rat models scurry away for years? It's approximately 12 minutes each. 12 minutes each for one of those. That's a tall order. But it is kind of what I've set out to do today. There were so many. I've painted over 100 of these, I think, or similar Skaven. I've painted a lot of them, so it's not that I wasn't trying. It's that I was overwhelmed, I think. And then I did actually just stop painting these, and I started working on something else. This super glue bottle is my greatest enemy these days. I used it an hour ago, and it's already gummed up. But hey ho, where's my little pokey thing? There we go. That's all right. It's not too bad. You lovely crystalline bastard. Okay. Wraith Shadowheart has done a super chat saying, "Okay, Johnny, I've been stuck between two paint schemes for Space Marines, brackets Blood Ravens / Alpha Legion, for weeks. My day off lining up with this stream, I guess, means I should paint some test models. Yes, do it! I hope that they lead you to the colour scheme you're happiest to do. And I hope you have a great time with it. I'm having a strange brand of fun right now. It's nice to be painting rats again. And it's also a moment to reflect on just how much I used to beast myself trying to put together an entire Skaven army. Martin Thomas says, "I made the mistake of going to Warhammer World on the weekend, resisted getting anything, but now staring at an online order." Hey, you didn't get anything while you were there. That's impressive. That shows some real restraint. And I think you should reward yourself by buying something. I'm kidding. But yeah, I've never been to Warhammer World. I'm hoping to change that at some point, but I can only imagine how difficult it must be to go in there and not get something. I actually caved on the weekend and did order something from the Warhammer website. I ordered one of the made-to-order reprints of the old Tomb King's Blood Bowl team, because they just look like a fun team to paint. So there that goes. Okay, need a bit more paint on the palette. Metal Magpie says, "Bad Johnny." I know. I told myself I could have a treat if I got through EGX and the week preceding it, because I had lots on. And I managed. So that's my excuse. It's a pretty flimsy excuse, but hey. Martin Thomas says, "Johnny, if you go to Warhammer World, check out the 40k escape room in Notts Town Centre. It was bloody brilliant. I didn't even know there was one. That sounds very interesting." I'm planning. We're sort of my the hot bobs league, the Blood Bowl league I'm a part of, is we're planning a trip at some point to Warhammer World, so I'll mention it to them. Okay, we're at 16. Hopefully I'll speed up doing this. I think 20 was too many, but I'm enjoying doing it, so it's fine. So how was everyone's weekend? What did you get up to? I, as I mentioned, was at CGX, and then I slept for most of yesterday. Then I watched Gawain and the Green Knight, which I thought was good. Very different to what I expected, and I kind of wished I'd watched it in different circumstances. It would have been lovely to see it in the cinema and be like, and sort of scratch my chin for a couple of hours. But it's a slow-paced movie, and I think I was wanting something a bit more brain-dead and just like actiony. So my friend and I watched it, and then afterwards we watched First Night, starring Richard Gere, which was exactly what we wanted. Sven Hanneman says, 99 rats to paint on the wall, 99 rats to paint. Ooh, Iffy says, I judged floor at a control comp for my gymnasts. Cool. Addy, are you okay? Says, I just hung out with friends and my boyfriend. That sounds great. Keep Calm and Reload visited the Reba Viking village. Can recommend. Holy crap, Minna L got 22.5 kilograms of mushrooms while mushroom hunting. That is a lot. Well done. Bloody hell. Bade says, I have 2 weeks off, so I finally sat down. Finally got around to sitting down and painting again. Did my own 20 pack of Clan Rats earlier today with contrast paints. No effort for cannon fodder, I say. Yeah, fair enough. My first game of Age of Sigmar was rough because I was like, I've spent so long painting these models, and they were just dying in droves and running away because they're cowards. But, you know, I was learning the hard way what it is to be Skaven, or run Skaven, rather. Daniel Trigg says, my partner ran her first ever session of D&D, and it was incredible, so nice to be the other side of the DM screen for the first time all year. Wonderful. Will says, I went to a cabin by the lake and met my partner's family. Delicious. I assume that also threads into the Thanksgiving meal that you are working on digesting for the next couple of... I was about to say years. Days. Years would be worrying. All right. This brush is getting a... This brush needs cleaning. That's what it needs. 18 coats of rat skin flesh. JW aka Marvellous Jacket Man says, my divorce was finalised on Thursday, so I was at EGX on Friday and started improving my house. Now it's in my name only, brackets, whoop whoop. Congratulations, that's great. I hope that sort of signals the start of a welcome new chapter for you. Oh dear, this brush needs a really good clean. How did this get so gummed up with the paint I was painting? Don't answer that, it was rhetorical. Martin Thomas says, so as a Games Workshop / Age of Sigmar newbie, Kharadron Overlords, yay or nay? The brackets, the models are fun. I love them. I've got a Kharadron Overlord army actually, and it does feel like you've just hacked 40k into Age of Sigmar, but it's also really fun just to be like, I've got a ship and some dwarves. So, I play out of the skyport of Barak Zilfin, which allows you to deploy some or all of your army in the ethersphere, i.e. Not on the table. So, and then you can sort of basically deep strike. You can set them up 9 inches from any enemy model. They can just like Wagner style, like onto the ground and just start shooting things, which has been very effective in games before. It's just fun. I like them. I like their fluff, and like you say, the models are really cool. So yeah, it's a big yay from me, actually. I played as an Endrin rigger the one time I played the Age of Sigmar RPG Soulbound. Lemon Avalanche says, my roommate and I went out and picked pumpkins and did a little drive around to see the 4 colours. For once I didn't get car sick. That sounds great. Especially the not getting car sick bit. That's a lovely treat. Martin Thomas says, my credit card is looking at me disapprovingly. Thanks, Johnny. Oh no, I'm sorry. Emilio Herman has done a super chat saying, hi Johnny, I wanted to thank you. Your content helps me keep calm while experiencing the absolute rollercoaster of feelings that is moving 1,200 plus kilometres from home, family and significant others. Big thanks to you and your community. Well done for sticking that, to be honest. Like, that's a big life change. And yeah, I think you should be proud for, you know, having managed it. And thank you so much for the kind words. I'm really glad that we've been of use. You know, like, it's very easy to think of what I do as just sort of like titting about on the internet, because to a great extent that is exactly what I'm doing. But to know it actually, you know, can help people is really nice. Like, it's lovely, and it's always nice to hear that. So thank you again very much. I hope you're doing well. Okay. Ooh. Almost an hour in, and we're almost done with the first colour. Maybe 4 hours was a bit ambitious here. We'll be fine. We'll be absolutely fine, I'm sure. nice thing about these is that you do almost all of the painting before shading, and then they suddenly look good. So I'm not too worried about the clan rats. The make look good water will save us all. How's everyone else doing with their stubborn projects? Okay, this is rat 20. If you were watching this with the sound off, it must have been a bizarre thing. Basically, watching me paint a rat, put my hand down, effectively hit the undo button, and do it again. A whole hour. Right. Yasmin Worry says slowly crawling towards finishing one of my essays. One of my little essays. Perfect. Tom Williams says, trying to learn brackets popular VTT program for our TTRPG group's Halloween session. That sounds fun. Minute L says, trying to figure out the curl of Prudence's horns. Izzy says, working on placing wooden letters for the Christmas present I'm making a friend. They do not fit where I originally wanted them to, but it'll be a fun adventure. There you go. That's the right attitude. Right. In Felix Raw says, 11 tiny leaves to go and I may have lost the right shade of green thread. Oh no! Okay, right. We're now going in with some brown, and we're going to do the little patches of fur around the ears of these bastard rats. And also on their arms. If the paint will fucking play ball. There we go, yeah. One. See, this step's a bit quicker. It's okay. Sorry if I'm not looking at chat as much right now. I kind of feel like I ought to catch up. With my painting schedule. It's almost indistinguishable from the flesh, but I don't hate it, to be honest. I do hate it, actually. Might use a different brown. Tom Williams says, paint the rat, not the chat. Paint the rat, not the chat. There we go. That's a better brown. There we go. That's more like it. It's the first time I've painted clan rats with Vallejo's Beastly Brown over Citadel's Mournfang Brown, and I didn't realise, but they are subtly different shades when put against the very orangey ratskin flesh paint. Four. No effort for cannon fodder. That's still rattling around in my head. Ha! Rattling. It's very funny. Okay. 5. Davy Jones says, I try to figure out a creative hobby that holds my attention and isn't too expensive. It's difficult, that, isn't it? I've had that before where I've just been feeling full of creative energy and just been like, I want a hobby, I want to do something, and just not being able to think of anything, or anything that would stick, or, you know, anything that I can feasibly find people to do, like to people find people to do the hobby with. Yeah, it can be a real pain when you're sort of in that moment bursting with the desire to do something, but not actually in a position to do it. So I hope you do find something. Well, that was some sloppy work there, but it's fine. I'll cover it up later. Shit, I didn't paint flesh on this arm. Well, let's do the whole thing brown. Do the whole arm brown on this one. Both arms. No, because we can go back in with the Kislev flesh. That's fine. Okay. If anyone can hear a weird whining noise, it's just a jet engine going past. The window is open because it's really hot in here. Do not panic. It is all fine. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. This is the 10th rat for this colour. So we're speeding up anyway. Too Cool for Capes has done a super chat saying, please don't beat yourself up, Johnny. You set a lofty goal and started the work on your stubborn project. This isn't supposed to be a punishment. True enough. Yeah, no, you're right. I've lost sight of my own bloody stubborn project stream, haven't I? It does feel good to be getting paint on these again. Again, partly because it's oh no, it's been a while now, but was it Minna who found 22.5 kilos of mushrooms? Because my wife overheard me talking about that. And would like to know what type of mushrooms they are. Oh, do you say that there's a proof pic in the Discord? Let's have a look. I'll find out a bit. Hobbies, probably. Yes. Holy shit. Ooh, funnel chanterelle. Did you hear that? No. Funnel chanterelle. There was an ooh from the other side of the flat. I know, right? Thank you very much. Nevermore says, fuck, time to fold laundry. You can do this. You can absolutely do this, Nevermore. Just remember, the laundry is more a fold of you than you are of it. Just bit by bit, fold that nonsense. You can absolutely do it. Hoop. Okay. I'm enjoying the sort of everyone encouraging one another to do things we hate or are reluctant to do business. It's good. We should do more of these. I said I'd do one of these sort of every 8 weeks, but maybe that isn't often enough. We can just vibe it, I guess. Just do them whenever we feel like it. Because next thing on my list is probably that Character and Overlord ship that I started ages ago. Nick Jeffrey has done a super chat saying, "Hi Johnny, just wanted to give you a massive thumbs up after seeing you at Oxventure on Saturday. You really did create yourself 5 monsters and I loved it. Thank you very much. It was a lot of fun. It was very, very silly, but yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was it's nice to be back." Okay. This poor brush is really going through it today, isn't it? Really putting it under quite a lot of stress. Tris Sharp says, vis-a-vis folding laundry, alternatively, take it all out of the tumble dryer and roll yourself up into a warm burrito. Yes, please. So much of the clean laundry in our house is it's just covered in cat hair from them. Like, I mean, we don't have a tumble dryer, but them just like enjoying a nice folded laundry pile. It is mildly galling. Okie dokie. We're getting there. Furry little rat men. 2, 4, 6 to do. So that was rat 14. I'm just going to put a different playlist on. Daniel Trigg says, "Unpainted Indrasta is currently sitting on my desk while I listen to this stream, staring at me passive-aggressively, wondering why I'm not currently painting her." Yes, this is something I feared, that in doing this stream where we talk about finally getting round to things, we're going to make some projects jealous and possibly become sentient and take over. Who knows? Let that be a warning to all of you, I guess. Minute Ellis done a super chat saying, "Okay, if I ever end up getting the owls to you guys in person, I'll try to remember to bring you a jar of dried mushrooms because they're great." Oh my goodness. My wife would be absolutely ecstatic. She loves foraging for mushrooms. And just loves them in general. She, a lot of the time she just goes mushroom spotting. That's another arm I forgot to paint, so that's another arm I'm going to paint completely brown and then cover up with a different skin tone in a bit. There we go. Davy Jones says, "Does anyone here do scrapbooking or bullet journaling, and has advice for someone interested?" Scrapbooking became like a massive craze a few years ago, right? Am I misremembering that? I've never done it, but it seems like a lovely hobby. Like, where the main goal is to make something that's really nice to look back on. I think that's very nice. Okay. That was rat 16. Little extra rat on top of this bell that this guy's got. See that there? Just poking out. Very cute, but annoying to paint. I say this from quite a lot of personal experience. Okay. All right. After this, we're going to start doing the cloth, and that's where these little bastards really start to come together, to be honest. So this is almost just a preparatory stage. Just 2 more to do. Whoa. Quite a few of you, it turns out. Know a thing or two about scrapbooking and journaling. Why have we not talked about this before? Seems like a fascinating hobby. Probably just because I'm banging on about tiny rats all the time. Emmy Little's done a super chat saying, if people are not on your Discord, have we got a hashtag to share our projects with each other? Would love to see what everyone's been up to. That's a good point. Yeah, what should we call it? Hashtag stubborn pals? STUBBORNPALS. Stubborn pals. If you use that hashtag, hopefully you can all see what everyone else is up to. Because between us, it feels like we're managing to get quite a lot of hobbying done along different lines. And it would be nice to share. Okay, right. That's 20 rats with the brown done for the... Severus Dartmoor says stubborn skellies. It's too late now. Stubborn pals. It's like... Stubborn pals. If you use that one, because if we start just using loads of different ones, then it will get very confusing. Even though some of the ones you have suggested are way better. So now we're going to start working on the cloth. And this slot are either going to be wearing... They're going to be wearing either like a red item of clothing or a black item of clothing. So what I tend to do is just get the red out and paint either the top or the bottom of each rat red, and then I go back through with the black, and then suddenly they're dressed. Fascinating, isn't it? Lemon Avalanche says, now I've cleaned up, I can let my bunny out and he can make a mess all over again. Nice! Good job. Right. Here we bloody go. This is the bit. This will take a little while, I reckon, but this is a step where we're going to see these things accelerate toward being more complete models quite swiftly. So once we've done that, we just need to do the wood and the metals and layer up the skin a little bit on the face and the arms, and then we're laughing. Ta-da! Whew. Although, I think in a minute I'm going to go to the fridge and get something to drink because I used my voice quite a lot over the weekend and it's still, you can probably hear there's a little bit of gravel in it. It's starting to get a bit raspy because I forgot to get a drink. Speaking of which, how are your hydration levels, chat? Have you had enough water today? Hint. Right, 1. Let's do this one. Yep, you can have a red skirt thing. Oh, crap. It's got a bit of red on the tail of this rat, but that's okay. Tidy that up later. There you go, another one. I'm also going to do that flag red while we've got it. Am I? Yeah, why not? Yeah, I like it. And they've got a little hood that I'm going to paint black when we come back round them, which will be nice. Look nice for them. Ding! Right, there we go. 2. Okie dokie. Yeah, that'll do. JW, aka Marvelous Jacket Man, says, just got to this bit in a bit in this Lego kit where I have to fill 33 2x3s with 6 individual singles. That's 198 tiny little fiddly bits. Now I need motivation. That sounds like a lot. But the good news is, thank you. Ooh. The 2x3s are only 6 individual singles. So don't worry about how many 2x3s there are. Just do a 2x3. Have a little rest, a little break. Do a 2x3, have a little rest. You can do this. We've got your back. Severus Dark Malta says, what kit is that? Yeah, I'd love to know what you're building, actually. JW, aka Marvelous Jacket Man. Because that sounds intense. Is it an airplane cockpit? Like a full-scale one? Another little red skirt. Oh no, you're basically bare-chested, aren't you, rat? I missed that earlier. Okay, well, we'll sort that out later. We'll just have to. Aiden Folk says, how do you eat an elephant? Bite by bite. Ooh, it's the Taj Mahal, a 2022-piece kit. Bloody hell. Yeah, no wonder that's a lot. That sounds like it's going to look great, though. I have to say, I was quite impressed. I didn't buy it, but I really liked the question block that they released for Mario 64, where you kind of push it and it opens up on several different scenes from the game. It's cute. Like, I've got nowhere really to display it, and I don't know what I'd do with it, so I didn't bother picking it up, but it was very satisfying watching people sort of operate it, spring it open, as it were. SFL Mongoose has done a super chat saying, tangentially related, but I'm finally heading down to my local Wargames night for Blood Bowl. Even at 40, nervous of first contact social interactions. Yeah, that's totally valid, though. You know, nowhere is it written that a 40-year-old cannot get nervous. I hope you have a lovely time, and I hope Nuffle behaves, and that your rolls are good and not terrible. Quite a lot of these models actually have metal sort of armour backplates. So there's not actually that much cloth to paint. And I'm kind of wary of doing just lower half red segments. So I'm looking for the odd clan rat to do with just that. Did that make any sense? I feel like I'm not making much sense right now. I'm more tired than I thought I was. Turns out expos really take it out of you. And I'm out of practice. Oof. Now I remember why I stopped painting Skaven so often. I feel like I'm cross-eyed. And as the Skaven themselves are so proud of saying, there's always more. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Bristolian Stag Beetle says, did you get those Skaven as part of the Isle of Blood set? And if so, is the Warp Block your favourite? No, these aren't part of the Isle of Blood. I never picked that up. I just, when I started in the hobby, I just bought a bunch of clan rats and some storm vermin, start collecting Pestilence box, and sort of went from there, really. Which ones are warp blocks? Because there's sort of warp fire throwers and there's warp block engineers, is it? I can't remember. But I do love clan scryer models. So, yeah, anything scryer I'm on board with, really. There you go. You can sort of see these starting to take shape. Zappy rat with a musket, says Bristolian Stag Beetle. Oh, warp block Jezzails. Yeah, I love those models. I have some. I've not assembled and painted them yet. But yeah, they're bloody glorious, aren't they? I wouldn't say they're my favourite Skaven models, but they're pretty high up there. Chaos has done a super chat. It's of I don't know what's happened to the pair that we all know and love. He seems stoned as shit. He's kind of just there, like with one arm up and the other arm kind of swinging freely with his body as he's just like with sort of this grin and sort of slightly narrow like eyes and just the text cool. He's just kind of like a haunted attraction outside of a shop. Sort of doing that. Thanks, Chaos. It was now I'm worried about a fictional pair. Which is definitely a first for me, it feels like. I don't want to do any of this rat in red. I want that one to be all black, actually. This one, on the other hand. Red bloody loves it. So he does. I'm using Vallejo Heavy Red, and it is very good for coverage. It's a very close match to Corn Red from Citadel, but it's just one coat and done, quite frankly. A delightful little shade. Oh, Mr. Hand there, did I? I'll get that later. Okay. Oof. Will says the pear is a mood. You really are digesting a meal, aren't you? Stoned on a roast. Jephthah Troll Shaman says, had to trick myself into it by focusing on what Johnny was saying and ignoring what I was making myself do. Oh, amazing! After fighting my executive dysfunction for the last 3 weeks, my floors are finally clean. Well done, Jephthah. That must be a big weight off. Very glad you got through that. I consider, well, I already considered this to be a success, but if I didn't before, then this stubborn project day has absolutely been worth it. There's another one. 2, 4, 6, 8 left to do. If he says, also, Johnny, weren't you going to get that cider? I WhatsApped my wife and asked for a beer. If he says, okay, break done, back to crochet. Good luck, Effie. Let's do this thing. Oh, that's flesh, is it? I have missed a few patches of skin on these things, I won't lie. But the beautiful thing is we can just go back and do them later. But, yeah. What? Okay. Don't know what's happening. Maybe the local kids are staging some sort of violent revolution. If you don't hear from me again this week, I've had my head cut off by some enterprising urchins. Don't avenge me. Frankly, I'm impressed that anyone at that age can build a guillotine. Mancoy says, if the local kids are staging a violent revolution, you should join them. I mean, number one, who's to say that they aren't doing it against me for some unknown reason? But secondly, I've got rats to paint. Okay. Mark Kerwin says, those would be excellent last words. Frankly, I'm surprised anyone at that age can build a guillotine. Good point. That was Slightly untidy bit of painting, but I think I'll just about get away with that. I mean, I know I definitely will. Once this rat is nestled in among upwards of 20 or 30 others, the cumulative effect is quite nice, even if the actual painting is sometimes a little on the sloppy side. Framed Mugshot says, these are kids who've been online since they were born. They're way more prepared to build a guillotine than any of us. True enough. Maybe I should join them. Hi, everyone. I've got 18,000 subscribers on YouTube. Can I join the revolution, brothers and sisters? No, get on the platform. Okay, all right, yeah, no, that's fair. Well, nice. There's nice looking guillotine. I'll stop talking about that now. It's slightly surreal. Yep, that was another clumsy bit of painting, but it will be fine. Mancoy says, when I was younger, or when I was older? When I was older, my dad and I made a potato cannon together. Basically, any time my dad got involved in my education, my mum got very annoyed. A guy I went to school with built a potato cannon once. It was quite impressive. And it looked sodding lethal. I just remember there was an episode of Mythbusters where they built a cannon out of duct tape and it actually worked. That was scary. So you'll see, once I'm done sort of with this shoulder, this shirt is meant to be ripped in two places with the back showing through on the underneath. Didn't spot that, so didn't paint it a skin colour. But I am actually going to go back in with a different flesh tone in a bit, so we'll be able to tidy it up. And no one will be any the wiser. Just two more to do with the red, and then we can work going with the grey. Corvus Albright is on Super Chat saying, Johnny dearest, how was your weekend? I've just wandered in from Aoife's Life is Strange DLC stream to spread the good word of Jaeger bombs. Who needs one? Thank you so much, Corvus Albright. I actually thought of you over the weekend. I was in I went to a restaurant where I'd been before once when I was on a stag do. It's where we went and got some lunch, and we did picklebacks there on the stag do. I didn't just order a pickleback on Friday night while having dinner, although maybe I should have, I don't know. And I was thinking about that, and I was thinking about Jaeger bombs. Didn't order a Jaeger bomb either, but... Jonathan Hurst is on the super chat saying, hey Johnny, I recently started a new chapter of my life and you've inspired me to get back into model building. First kit is going to be a Gundam. Nice one, Jonathan. I hope the new chapter of your life is an overwhelmingly positive one, and that the model building goes brilliant. Gundam kits are... they intimidate me a little bit. I mean, I've built some moderately fiddly Warhammer kits, but generally speaking, they're not overly complex. But Gundam kits are a whole other level. But they're very cool. I know some people who are sort of into them, and every time they post pictures on Twitter, it's like, pleasant. It's a little bit of a flimsy coat there, but that'll do. It's fine. Let's see. Here we go. Tom Williams says, Gundam Kit, the thinking person's Kinder Egg. That was good. That got me, that did. That was clumsy. Oh well. Phew. Okay. That is all of the red. So now we can move on to sort of the black grey. And then we'll do metal, then wood, then leather, then second flesh tone, then shade. Ta-da! How's everyone else doing? Sarah H says, hello all, have the day off work and trying to get ahead on some schoolwork. Nice to get some company while I read. Nice. Okay, Ashen Grey. Ashen Grey, there you are. Come on, more of that on the bloody palette, can't we? There we go, that's more like it. Mabel Teacher says, given up on Pocket Mend, now working on my sister's cardigan. Iffy says, 6 rows to go. B Reynolds 376 says, making progress doing world building for a Pathfinder game I'm running. Nice! There we go. We're doing it, everyone. And also, Mabel Teachers, like, good on you for changing it up and working on something else, but like knowing your own comfort levels. Comfort levels, is that the right word for it? I don't know. You know what I mean. Yep. Andrew Hutchins says, doing amazing. Your streams helped slow down my light speed brain. I'm very glad to hear that. Okay, let's see. Well, this rat doesn't have any more cloth to do, so that's fine. This one, on the other hand, here we go. Ashley Business says, I'm separating tags at work and about to throw the stupid things at the wall because they weren't cut well. I mean, throwing them at the wall will probably separate them. Of course, if they need to be separated into some sort of order, that is harder, but in my experience, if you want something to separate, chuck it at the wall. Works especially well for glasses, as I understand it. Right, there you go. So that's what it sort of looks like, and you start to see the clan verminous or verminous colours coming together, and the skin starting to stand out a bit more, and the clan rat generally coalescing into a more coherent humanoid figure. Ta-da! Actually gonna move the rat. Oh, I dropped a rat. That's bad. Let's see if I can pick it up without rolling my chair over it. Shit. Aha! Got the little bastard. Right. trying to get away from me. No one escapes my paintbrush. Come here. Don't fuck it up. Good enough. There we go. Starting to come together. Ooh, that didn't look great on camera though. Oh, that's why. There we go. Fine. Cool. It's a little bit sloppy, but we'll fix it. Little pal here has a little, that's it, it's got a little hood. The flag. Jonathan Hurst says, what flavour is this rat? It's just original, I think. It's plain. You got to go to a different clan if you want a different flavour of Skaven. That's an interesting thought exercise. The Skaven clan has crisp flavours. Clan Verminous are absolutely everywhere, so they're ready salted. Let's see. I'd say Clan Scryer to me is salt and vinegar. Maybe cheese and onion for Clan Pestilence? What would Moulder be, though? This is hard. Cool original. Benny42 says, I like my rat with swamp beef. Ratty salted, says Sven Hanneman. Oh no. Bade makes an excellent choice. Clan Moulder is a mix of all the other flavours because of the ingredients. Yeah, absolutely fair. Titan Uranus says sour cream and onion for Moulder. Yeah, I think that works. I love this Skaven. They're silly. Chaos says, fun crisp fact. In the south of England, salt and vinegar are preferred over cheese and onion by roughly 40%. This ratio shifts as you go north until it's almost exactly swapped around Newcastle. Fascinating. Also, I started reading that out and then suddenly I got afraid. I was like, there's a joke at the end of this. But I've already started reading. I'm glad that I was delivered safely to the other end of the message. Scandinavian? Right, there's that one. Oh. Will says Clan Eshin are pickled onion flavour crisps, the sort that will do you an injury. Like the really sharp ones. I know what you mean. Nope, there's no cloth on you, but you do need some more skin painting. We'll get back to you later. Alex Simpkins says, Space Marine chapters are spices, the Ultramarines are flour. Whipple Bopple says, did you just say Scandinavian? I wish I had, actually. That would have been a good joke, but alas, I did not. I just said Scandinavian. Scandinavian! Bade says, I always forget that Eshen exists, and I feel like they're more than okay with that. They do like to sneak around. I always forget about the slightly unfortunately named Master Clan, which is maybe where Splinter came from. Ha ha ha. Jack Wood says Salamander's definitely McCoy's flame grilled steak. We're good at this. There's no cloth on that. There's no cloth on that. Cloth. Nevermore says, going for a walk to clear my head. Have fun, Nevermore. I hope it works. Take in some of that fresh air from outside. We'll be here if you fancy coming back later, but if not, no bother. Iffy is on Super Chat saying, have you heard the long-form monk joke? What a sound. If not, I'll have to tell it in person. I don't think I've heard the long-form monk joke. I don't think so. So, yeah. I look forward to hearing it in person someday. How many rats is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So halfway through doing the cloth. And then it'll be time for woods and metals. Copez says, hiya all, just saw the streamers on. Did they show 2020 the Bear yet? Yes, they did. JW, aka Marvelous Jacket Man, says, if the Space Marine chapters are crisps, then the Ultramarines are uncooked potatoes. Sick burn. Is it weird that I think Space Wolves are Doritos Cool Original? Come on, you. There we go. Yeah, that went alright, actually. Good. Lovely little clan rat. I love these models. I just do. They're great. Here's the one I decided I wanted to be all grey. Will says, extremely popular with teenagers and kind of shitty. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. There you go. Space Wolves, the cool original Doritos of the Warhammer world. Sylvaneth in Warhammer would be vegetable crisps, like the Tyrrell's ones. Trey Zen has done a super chat saying, just handed my mum some chocolates saying, nice bunch of roses for you. She responded, well, they grow on you. So I went, bit of a thorny joke there. Very nice. That's some strong family pun game. Also, a nice thing to do for your mum. Hand her a box of chocolates. That's That's very nice of you, Trozen. Well done. And thank you for the super chat. That's like virtually handing me a box of chocolates. But they don't have to be chocolates. Titan Uranus has done a super chat saying, "Why do I never share Mexican chips? Because they are mine. Nachos. Very nice. Very good." Oh, Mexican food is delicious. I've now got an incredible craving for refried pinto beans. Went out for tacos with my wife last week. Might do it again soon. Because, like, there's literally no downside to it. We support a business. We get some delicious tacos. It's perfect. Okay, yeah, we do have some cloth to paint. All right. Zega Genesis says, "Are you putting off the apology bus?" Yes. I haven't worked on the apology bus in a long time. But far worse is my Skaven procrastination. One sec. Because I'm doing 20 clan rats right now. But this is how many I still have to do. And there's also an old school metal... Is that a Poison Wind Globadier? I forget. So there's that guy to paint. But yeah, I've still got that many clan rats to do. That's easily another 20. And then I've got 20 plague monks to do that I haven't even assembled. So I figured the Skaven were a more pressing issue than the apology bus. But I promise on our next stubborn... Oh God. Our next stubborn project stream, I'll do the apology bus. Jan Pale says, "Oh, sweet, look at all those live streams." Linon says, "I've never finished painting a single model." That is commitment to the bit, Linon. How many models have you started? Because if it's like 2, I totally understand. Bade says, "Well, at least you haven't painted 40 plague monks for no longer being able to put them in a 40 squad stabby tornado of coughing rat death. They're more like a suicide bomb now." I've not actually... I've got the latest Skaven battle tome, but I haven't actually read up on the things, so I don't really know how plague monks have changed. But I'm certainly intrigued to find out someday if I ever play Age of Sigmar again. This is the thing, like, I've got enough for an army. I've got way more Skaven models than I need, but I just want to finish these because I have them and I like painting. Wraith Shadowheart does super chat saying, "Hello again. So after 3 blindingly silver marines are based, I'm finding my house is very dry today. Took way too much paint. Any way to help that?" Yeah, if your paints are drying out very, very quickly, you can do certain things. A wet palette helps an awful lot if you're not already using one of those. This is just a takeaway lid with 2 bits of kitchen towel that I soaked in water and some greaseproof paper on the top. But you can also get... I can't find it. You can get glaze medium from Vallejo, which if you just add a drop to your paint, it makes them dry a lot slower. And that really helps on days where your paints are just drying out really fast. there is also a specific slowing medium that that Vallejo makes that is designed not as a glaze medium, but just to make your paints dry a lot slower. But I actually find that really gummy and difficult to work with. So I would say Vallejo glaze medium and a wet palette are your best friends in terms of battling your acrylics drying out very quick. Because the good thing about painting models with acrylics is that they go on nicely and they dry well. And they dry swiftly, so you can, really get into it and have a nice time painting. But when you feel like you're pissing out gallons of paint because it's all drying on the palette or even on the brush, it's just a pain in the ass. So, hope that works. Ooh, Trish Sharp says, off to work on painting myself a profile picture for things. Hopes for luck. Good luck. Linon started 20 to 30-ish models. That's fine. It's all right to start that many models and not having finished any of them. Do you plan to finish any of them? Like, are they a work in progress, or are they now abandoned? Because if they're abandoned, they're technically finished. You're done painting them, you know? Right. Here's another one that needs skin touching up. That's fine. When we go back in and do the second skin tone, which is it's sort of like a pre-highlight, I will put both flesh tones on the model, up on the palette, and just have a look for any skin that needs tidying up. And it'll all be fine. But for the time being, we're getting there. We've only got, after this one, 2 more rats to do grey material on, and then we'll move on to metal after giving this brush a very thorough clean. Aoife Byrne has done a super chat of the pair I described as being really stoned earlier. It seems all right now. It's kind of reclining in a very sort of relaxed, quite alluring manner, and just waving, going, "How's it going? How's it going?" Which is nice. It's going all right. Burrito's done another super chat saying, "Friend, are you at all interested in Metroid Dread? Personally, I'm baffled it's listed at $60. Decided for Crypt of the Necrodancer, Undead Bangers. I am interested in Metroid Dread. I haven't picked it up just because I've got quite a lot going on at the minute. But yeah, I hadn't really played much Metroid in the past. I had one of them on the Game Boy and I got stuck on it because I was young and didn't know what I was meant to be doing, but I actually spent a few hours playing one of the games recently for Glasshouse Games. They have a series called Persuasion Check, where they show somebody a game series they don't really know and try and convince them that it's good. That's currently available for their patrons. But yeah, I like it. I like the series a lot. So yeah, I would like to play Metroid Dread. $60, like, seems all right. Like, I don't know, it's difficult. Like, I don't know. I think I'm not surprised at 60, basically, and like, sure, might seem a bit steep, but also like it's a Metroid game. Bob says, "Hey, Johnny, what are we painting? We are painting 20 Skaven clan rats. That's what we're doing right now." Arcadia says, "Are you taking a break at 6 p.m? Yeah, we should take a break, actually. Slightly annoying that I've got to do... I'm going to take a break in, like... I've got 2 rats to do, so I'm going to take a break in 2 rats' time. And take a 5 to 7 minute break, so everyone can sort of have a stretch, get some water if you need it, use the facilities, do whatever you need or want to do. And then we'll be back to tackle more of those stubborn projects that we've been meaning to get out the way for a while. So that'll be nice. I am actually having a really, really good time just catching up with a massive whack of clan rats in one big go. I started out nervous, and then there was a little period where I was feeling quite defeated, but actually 20 20 clan rats in 4 hours. It's been a lovely little task for myself. And I'm confident we'll at least get these shaded today, if not completely finished. But that is absolutely fine. So that's one rat down. There we go. Get in there. Okay. Just do that bit back there. All right, so we're making good progress on this little lot, but it's time for a little break. So 5 to 7 minutes, you know the drill, 5 to 7 minute break. We'll see you back here. If you're not going anywhere, here comes a picture of the dog and some smooth jazz. And yeah, catch you in a little bit. Oh, before we go, Titan Uranus has done a super chat saying, I can never reach my friend who is a submariner on his cell phone. No matter how deep they dive, he still only gets just above 1 bar. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to 20 Clan Rats. To a stubborn project stream. We are working on the projects that we just can't seem to finish. Iffy, for example, has just 2 more rows to go on a troublesome project, which is nice. Excuse me, that was a big yawn. Should have got that out of the way before I came back from the break. But there we go. So yeah, let's check in with everyone's progress again. Actually, how is everyone doing? Are you still working on a project that you've been struggling to get off the ground? If so, how's it going? You doing all right? Shaking metallic paints. Dee 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 dee. And Kellic Fergus says, finally home from work and ready to cross-stitch. Yes! Let's do this thing. I hope everyone is keeping their spirits up. And that we get some good stuff done. Alison Vassabauer says, starting to get into the flow with this blanket. Oh yeah. Eccentric Lefty says, still working on this website design for my blog. Minute L says, ice cream break, so I'm fine. Yes, please. JWAK Marvelous Jacket Man says, done 13 of the 33 3x2s and taking a break to cook and eat dinner. Me hungry. Very good. Oh, Sarah Dartmore says, have finished filling in the slaughter bases on my Blood Bowl team. Can now get them undercoated. Yes, please. Bloody slaughter bases. What's your trick? I bung a matchstick in there, trim it to size, and just punt it in there. A for Burn says, it's my second last day in this crappy job, working through my break as usual. Well, I'm glad that you're getting out of there. From the sounds of things, it's the right decision. Aoife Burn says, but I start a new job during the week. Oh yeah, congratulations, buddy. That sounds great. Right, so next step on our wonderful adventure with 20 Clan Rats is to just get the metallics done. So I've got just a normal gunmetal from Vallejo. And we're just going to get these bits done. Then we just do wood. And then after just a bit of sort of gentle touching up and a few little details, we'll be ready to shade this bunch. And then suddenly they're going to look completely different. The Make Look Good water is such a delight on Skaven Clan Rats. Zoinks, that was quite untidy, but that's fine. I've got to stop saying zoinks. I said it ironically during like one recording of Pressing Chiodini, and now it's fully entered my vocabulary, and I hate it. I'm no longer using it ironically. No one's taken the piss out of me for it in person yet, at least. No one's just stopped what they're doing and said, I'm sorry, did you just say zoinks? Where's your orange jumper, you little bastard? Or, no, it was more Jinkies was Daphne's thing, wasn't it? Zoinks. Is Zoinks more shaggy? God, that's even worse. Addy, are you okay? Says Johnny, you are the third person I know who that's happened to. Yup. Okay. Josephine of Undeadberg says, Blech, nap seems to have added headache and the beginnings of a sore throat. Roll at disadvantage. You need a pint of water, mate. Will says, I have a mate who had the same thing with rut row. I think you get on, probably. Maybe we could go make sandwiches together. But yeah, Josephine, have some water. That's a nap is a killer for that. Also, it's Velma that wears the orange. Oh yeah, it is Velma. Velma's the one who says Jinkies. Don't even fucking like Scooby Doo, and I never did. Ugh. Aiden Folk says, I say good grief like Charlie Brown. Nothing wrong with that. You keep on doing that. That's brilliant. All right, Johnny, I know we're doing these relatively quick, but let's not completely undo all the good work we just did there, hey? Shitlord. Okay, there we go. There we go, see? You can paint. You're doing it. You're doing it, Peter. Oh no. People are unhappy that I never liked Scooby Doo. I just never liked Scooby Doo. I used to watch it, but I didn't really like it. I just thought it was shit. Like, this is going to make me sound like a precocious little tosser, because I was one. But, like, it was just really transparent. They would meet two people, and it would be one of them every time. And I found half of them sort of arrogant and dismissive of Shag and Scoob. And I found Shaggy and Scooby and their inability to fucking focus and do anything quite irritating. I just didn't find it endearing at all. I didn't like that show. I like a lot of my childhood is characterized by me watching TV shows that I didn't really enjoy because they were just on and there was nothing else to watch. Which is such a weird concept. Like now, if I were raising a kid and they were like, please, I don't enjoy Peppa Pig, I would be like, noted. We shall find something else to watch on demand, you know? But when I was a child, I was like, what is this all? Fucking the news. So I guess I'm watching Scooby-Doo. With their stupid running in one door and out the other. It's embarrassing. Frankly. No dignity. And that is those are my unfeasibly strong opinions about Scooby-Doo. So there we go. Mancoy says running in one door and out the other was still worse when it happened on Doctor Who. It happened on Doctor Who? I mean, I don't know why I said it as if to say I thought that was such a rational program, but I thought they were at least above that sort of bullshit. Hehehe. That bit probably shouldn't be metallic, but I've painted it metallic anyway, and no one's going to notice. Clan Rat. Done. 3 down. Oh, I missed Nick Jeffrey's super chat. Sorry, I'll go back and do it. Thank you for the heads up. Nick Jeffrey's on his super chat saying 20 clan rats are clanning. One of the unsung gifts from someone who thinks the 12 days of Christmas is too few. Very, very good. I enjoyed that. Not going to be long before we're assaulted with all of that for 6 weeks, is it? Although, does anyone have any particularly good Halloween plans this year? Or are we talking about holidays that are coming up? 2 of my friends are thinking about having a Halloween party at their house, and I hope they do because they go all out for Halloween and it's amazing. But currently, I have no concrete plans. You got a little knee pad, this rat. Little spiky knee pad just there. Bit of fun, isn't it? Well, what happens if you trip over? You wouldn't be able to get up again. You'd be stuck in the lawn. Josh Warriad, accidentally typing in all caps, shouts, "I'm inviting some friends over to watch Hamilton and play board games. It's going to be great." Very nice. Aidan Folk says, as always, I'll watch The Nightmare Before Christmas. It's another film I don't love, to be honest. Not to completely bring chat down around my ears, but it's fine. No, yeah, nice. Hermit Prime says, say what you will about Scooby-Doo, it did teach me early on that the real monsters are old white dudes trying to make money. Yeah, very true. Comrade Scooby taught us that lesson well. Who is messaging me and why? Oh, I like it. I just don't love it. Whoops. No, be not sad. I just didn't grow up with it, so I don't have the same nostalgic. As I've just explained to my wife over WhatsApp, I didn't grow up with The Nightmare Before Christmas, so I don't have the same nostalgic frame of reference as everyone else. I've seen it maybe twice. Some people are like, we should watch it. It's like, I suppose. But it feels like I'm on the sidelines, you know. Do-do-do. Come on. That's meant to be metal as well. Well, no, meant to be not metal, but it's metal now. Very clever, Johnny. Oh yeah, all the ones with the helmets with the cheek pieces. I'm glad I've painted so many of these models because they are actually quite detailed, but thankfully I just, like I say, I find them very easy to do now through sheer repetition. This one's just very monochromatic. I quite like it though. We are getting there. That's 5 done. So metal on 15 more, then wood, then leather, then skin, then shade. In an hour and a half. We can do that. Probably should have gone for a bigger brush earlier on, but we're doing it now. Why can't we paint all of 20 clan rats with just a small base brush? Eh? Exactly. JWAK Marvelous Jacket Man says, alright, dinner is ready. Have a great evening, everyone. Post those pictures with hashtag stubbornpals so I can see what you've done. Much love all, with a heart emoji. Have a lovely dinner. Thanks so much for being part of the Stubborn Project stream. And yeah, hashtag stubbornpals if you want to share what you've been working on. It'd be lovely to have a little roundup of what everyone's been doing. I would appreciate that very much, because right now I feel like I've really got my nose to the grindstone, except for the grindstone is 20 rat men who are trying to just bring chaos down on everyone's heads. Which is much like the government. No, for real, fuck 'em. But yeah. Well, if it isn't the nice witch who pops into chat and says, evening chums. Hello, we're happy to be your evening chums. How the devil are you, nice witch? I hope you are very well. I am painting 20 rats. Because I've been meaning to do this for bloody ages, and I thought if I make it into a stream, I have to do it. And lots of other people have been painting things that they've been struggling to work on. Not painting things, working on things. Some people are painting, some people are stitching, you know. Hobbies, they're nice and diverse. So, yeah. Ooh, that's a bit clumsy. It's mostly okay. Somebody's angel has done a super sticker of the pair, which, my God, it's having a right old time. No relaxing and waving at us now. It's full on doing the bloody Charleston with a cane and a straw boater, while still wearing the sports headband, kind of just dancing around and like, while a rain of confetti comes down, and the text saying, "You are amazing." It's just having an absolutely brilliant time. Thank you so much, somebody's angel. That is a very, very kind super sticker for you to drop my way. Thanks for tuning in and for your generosity. I really appreciate it. And for the kind words delivered by a very, very enthusiastic pair. Can't get much better than that, can you? The Nice Witch says, I'm very good, thank you. I just finished killing a whole bunch of folks in Until Dawn and made a giant pasta bake, so it sounds like we've all been constructive today. Yes, please, giant pasta bake. The best kind of pasta bake. I could murder a pasta bake, actually. Pasta bake, just going to keep saying it. Killing a whole bunch of folks in Until Dawn, eh? That last controller section, the keep still one, bullshit. Just some weapons grade bullshit, that. Fucking awful. Right. Oh, fucking hell. Adam Ellis says, "Hi, Johnny. Had an awful day at work today after being kicked in the back and called a homophobic slur, so needed today's stream to help pick me up a bit. I'm so sorry that happened. That is fucking dreadful, and you don't deserve that. You deserve a hell of a lot better because you are valid, and I don't know what the fuck is wrong with anyone who thinks otherwise, much less is willing to act out like that, but they're fucking useless. Fuck them. So yeah, I hope this stream does help in whatever way it can. Lots of love to you. Alison Vassabauer has done a super chat saying, "So glad for this stream, not only for time to work on a neglected project, but I've also been stressed deciding if I want to go back to college for botany and completely changing my career path." Wow, that is that's a lot to have on your mind. An exciting dilemma, but I'm sure a stressful dilemma nonetheless. I hope that we've been able to sufficiently distract you during this to give you sort of some breathing room. It's amazing how much you need your brain sometimes to just cogitate on something in the background when you're not actively paying attention. So yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, obviously we're very much talking about it now, but fingers crossed we've been able to give you some space from it, just gently. Oopsie. Okie dokie. There's another one. So that's 3, 6, 7. Done. The metal was always going to take a bit longer because there's metal on every single one of these. But we'll get there. I have faith. Ash Versus says, "Okay, lovely peoples, packing up to go home. 11 hours is quite long enough to have been in this office. Oh, goddamn. Thanks for the stream, Johnny. I feel I've been more productive as a result." Cool. Great. I mean, it's kind of... It almost started as a joke to be like, let's do a stream where we're all like, oh, this is painful, with whatever you're working on. But it's actually been really lovely to just sort of knuckle down and know that everyone's kind of like pushing themselves a little bit to get past something that's felt like a grind for a while. It's just, it's been fun. So thank you so much for being a part of it. I will catch you around soon, I have no doubt. That is not metal. That is. Understood. Well done. Well done, little model. Oh, that was cloth that I didn't paint earlier, is it? Okay, well, we'll fix you up. We'll fix you up, little poorly painted rat. Whew. Okay. Oh, you've already been done. So that's 3, 6, 9, 10. All right, so we've only got 10 left to do. Great. This clan rat's got like the classic Skaven punch dagger, which I really associate with the gutter runners. They're kind of brilliant. In a horrible, horrible way, but, you know. And I missed a bit of skin on this one. And I missed a bit of cloth. These aren't going to be the best clan rats I've ever painted, but they're going to be the best clan rats I've painted this year, so that's fine. Andrew Hutchins says, that actually got me. I was drinking coffee, Johnny. Sorry! Let's see. I want to change the music a little bit. Here we go. Bang. Oh, Mancoy says, best Halloween I ever had was the one where I made a pot of tea, put on some music, and just read Ocean at the End of the Lane for the first time, cover to cover. That's such... Oh, that sounds amazing. Any time of year, frankly, but that's brilliant. I, too, read that book in one sitting for the first time. I was on a flight, transatlantic flight, from or to the States, I can't remember, for work. And I love reading on planes. Like, I try and get through as many books as I can on a plane. It's just, I find it really easy to concentrate on reading. And there's naff all else going on. I finished it, and it was such a wonderful dreamlike... You hear Scout going in the background. She wants treats. Because it's a long story, but she knows it's time for her to get a treat, and she's going wild for it. But anyway, yeah, I finished The Ocean at the End of the Lane, and I was like, that was such a wonderful dreamlike experience. Got off the plane and realised I'd left my copy on the plane. And I was like, it's fine, I've finished it, and I only would have given it to someone else anyway, so hopefully someone claims it and, you know, keeps it. But I was just like, did that even happen? Whoa, where's it gone? Will says, give her treats. I'm not the one giving her treats. She wants treats from my wife. Just don't worry, it's being sorted. Not neglecting the cat. But yeah, oh, The Ocean at the End of the Lane, what a great book. That sounds like a great Halloween. I would quite like one that was just like a nice cold, spooky stay indoors and just like have a really quiet, spooky, contemplative, nice time once. But the desire to just sort of go big and spooky and, you know, get a little rowdy with friends always wins out. I suppose I could do like a fake Halloween for myself. I am planning to like watch some werewolf movies on the 20th, because that's when the full moon, the hunter's moon, will be, and that seems appropriate. But yeah. Addy, are you okay? Says Johnny in chat, what are your thoughts on Guy Fawkes Night, if you know what that is? I mean, obviously, like a weird reason for the tradition, you know, being like, hey, this is the time we tortured a Catholic loads, and hooray for the monarchy. Like, those aren't really sentiments I can get behind. But I also feel like it's, you know, for so many people, it's just turned more into like fireworks night for everybody. So I think that's fine. Obviously, I don't really do anything with it anymore because, like, got a dog. She's actually fine with fireworks, but I still keep her in and, you know, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think it's a perfectly fine tradition. Like, I went to school in a place where, like, there was a notable fireworks factory nearby. So there used to be a good fireworks display every single year, which was just really fun. Like, fireworks night at school was like, wee, it was a good giggle. But yeah. Like, meh. I'm not wild about fireworks night, but like, I like the whole bonfire bit really more than I do the fireworks, but there you go. But yeah, for the record, not on board with torturing people. So there that goes. I did go to the fireworks night in Lewes, though, which is a whole other level, because they've got proper like fireworks societies, and they do big parades, and they set off these like bangers that are basically just like tiny sticks of dynamite. Like they go super super hard, and that was incredible. Like they have people dressed as the Pope, and people throw fireworks at them, and like they have a parade of floats where the guys, they have a theme every year. So when we went, it was lots of like Trump and Kim Jong-un floats, and then they burn them all in these bonfires that are fucking enormous. Like Lewis Fireworks Night is unbelievable, like just incredible. That's really how to do it. Like it's just so good. Okay. Painting a bit no one's really going to see. Now we're just going to paint the bell that this rat is riding atop. Okay, and that can be metal, even though I know secretly it isn't. I make the rules when it comes to this tiny plastic rat. So there. How are we looking now? Cool. Just got 5 more rats to do the metals on, and then we're on to wood and leathers. Benny42 says, Johnny, have you ever tried Hero Forge? I have had a play on it. I've never ordered anything. I got close to ordering something once, but no, I've not actually ordered anything. I have seen some of the miniatures, and they come out lovely, but they're also quite brittle, some of them. So, like, also, like, because I don't use minis when I roleplay. I've never really had the need for a miniature of my character. So, yeah, it's something I think is very, very cool, but I've just got no practical use for it. But yeah, it's good fun. I do like seeing people's creations, and it seems like Hero Forge has come a long way in terms of like facial expressions and like being able to print in color and all that kind of stuff. Right, that's that one done. 4 to go. B Reynolds 376 says, can confirm, got a Hero Forge mini for my character and his hand/hammer broke off. Mabel Teacher says, 3 rows of Swiss darn in. Interesting. Thunder Cookie says, also, I apologise if this has been asked earlier, but Johnny, did you enjoy EGX? How dare you, Thunder Cookie? I had a lovely time. You scoundrel, you. No, it was nice. It was really good to just do the live shows. I didn't really see much else in the show. I walked the show floor a couple of times and all that sort of thing. But yeah, I was mostly just focused on getting those shows done and just catching up with a few people I used to work with. Yeah, it was lovely. It was surreal being back at an event. I never thought in my life I'd be nostalgic to come back to a Costa fucking coffee, but there I was, getting a coffee and honestly feeling a bit choked up. But no, it was great fun. I'm looking forward to next year when I think the show will be sort of back at full strength. It's been a tough year or so for people, and also like it's been a good but not amazing time for games in general. So like if there weren't some fucking blockbusters on the show floor, I'm not entirely surprised. But yeah, it was good. Right, there we go. Getting Brooke Boyd says, I cooked with my mum yesterday and just got back from eating some of the food we cooked. So good. That sounds wholesome AF. Absolutely delightful. If I might be so bold, what did you make? And what was your favourite bit? I am hoping to do some very exciting cooking soon. I harvested some Scotch bonnets from my Scotch bonnet plant today. And between those and the Apache chilies that are currently growing on my chili plant and the ones I've already dehydrated, I think I'm going to have enough to make a batch of fermented hot sauce, which is very, very exciting. So I'm looking forward to that. That reminds me, I just need to send a quick message. Someone. Lauren says, I've gone from shoe painting to looking for jobs, and I'm unsure which is harder. Well, as long as you're not looking for a job as a shoe painter, then yeah, it's a flat draw, if you ask me. Good on you for smashing it though, like for smashing through it. If you need any words of encouragement, all you need to do is ask, and chat will buoy you the heck up. Casual reminder, apropos of absolutely nothing, my pronouns are they, them, not he, him, just so you know. It's not a bother, I'm very mask presenting, but those be my pronouns. Shit, yeah! Adiyoko said, don't forget jollof rice if you have any left over. I completely forgot about the jollof rice. Oh my fucking god. I will definitely have some left. Oh my god. I mean, there are a couple growing on the plant right now that are still green. I harvested some red ones today. But yes, jollof rice. Oh my god, yes, yes, yes. Very exciting. Aiden Folk says, what are your amateur nouns? God damn it. Fuck's sake. Fonzie the Capybara says, ha, I have gone from job searching with the stream in the background to shoe pastries. Bloody hell, that's hardcore. I've just gone from something that's really bloody stressful and may have massive implications on the next few years of my life to making a notoriously difficult pastry, actually. Goodness me. I remember one time my friend, it was her 16th birthday party, and she decided she wanted a profiterole party because she loves profiteroles. And her parents ran a pub, so they had a kitchen. So they were making profiteroles, and she snuck into the kitchen and was like, oh my god, they smell incredible, they smell incredible, they smell incredible. Opened the oven to have a peek. And enough profiteroles for like 20 kids just went... It was so funny. I mean, we still ate them and they were absolutely delicious, but oh my god, what a day that was. Just wonderful. Good old... I mean, a profiterole party, what a great idea for a birthday party. None of this sweet 16, where's my car bullshit. Roll out the shoe pastry. Do you roll it out? Is that what you do? Sven Hansen says, I dropped my eclairs the other day. The shoe was on the other foot then. Very good. If the shoe fits. Will says, I believe their amateur nouns are Blood Bowl player. Fair. Certainly with my performance in the last match. Actually, that's not true. I played the best Blood Bowl of my life. It just wasn't enough. All right, that's all of the metallics. So now we can do wood. Then we can do sort of leathery bits. And we're easily gonna get these shaded. Hooray! You pipe it rather than rolling it. There we go. Thank you, Chaos. Steph Poole says, a friend of mine from high school would always get an earthquake cake. One year her cake collapsed and it became tradition. Yes, please. That sounds amazing. Really enjoy people embracing odd traditions like that. Come on, get clean, you bastard brush. Doesn't help that I've lost my brush soap. It's fine for now. That's why you're not meant to get paint up the furriel. But I always do, so sod it. Rob J says his DM a legally recognised title, still suitably NB for Johnny. I actually don't like Dungeon Master as a title or Games Master, because Master is gendered, you know. I prefer, like, narrator or referee or storyteller or that kind of thing. Get rid of that. Right. Will says, oh, what? Do you prefer Hollyhock God? Yes. Absolutely, I prefer Hollyhock God. Who wouldn't? Anonymous says Dungeon Manager. I fucking love that, actually. Ay, 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 ay. Ooh. Michael Bethelson says Dungeon Manager or Director? Director's fun. Oh, you mean just Director, not Dungeon Director, because then there's just a double D's joke there, unfortunately. Ooh, and Calic Fergic says, I know a DM who refers to themselves as the Seneschal or Storyteller. Absolutely incredible. Hegemon, maybe that's what I'll go with. What is it in Aegon? I think it's Strife Player? I think. West Coast Weaver says, also on the topic of strange traditions, I made a popcorn and cranberry Christmas tree ornament in preschool, and it 100% must be on the tree every year, despite the fact that it is in a horrid state. Yes! I love it. Reject modernity, embrace terrible, ugly tradition. Right. Just going to move the rat back over. Scurrying about like mad, so they are. Alright, let's paint wood. Arcadia says, I'm a female dungeon master. My family snigger whenever I mention it. They ask how my whips and chains are. Sigh, lol. That's just it, isn't it? You know, it's all a bit like, hey, what? Seneschal. Seneschal's a fucking inspired one. I quite like to write an RPG that's set in a kitchen just so the person running the game is called Chef. And everyone has to say, yes, chef, or oui, chef. Play in hard mode and insist on French in your kitchen. Well, that's an idea I could have worked on in secret, but it's out there now. Someone wants to take that and run with it. Fine, whatevs. Got quite a lot on this week. There we go. It's that. They're coming together. Oh yeah, more wood on the shield. Aiden Folk says an overcooked RPG. I mean, God, that would be a dream pitch to Team 17, wouldn't it? I love the overcooked games. They're a fucking delight. Rat man, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? You've got paint on you. Oops, I didn't paint your little feet. Mancoy says, "Ooh, when I finish my dissertation, do I get to be a dungeon doctor?" Yes. Absolutely. It's a doctorate. You know, you still got a doctorate if you're in a dungeon. Trish Sharp says it blades, but you're in a kitchen and stress racks up real fast. Very good. Ah, Iffy says the metallic is looking good. Thank you, Iffy. That's really kind. It's just a simple gunmetal from Vallejo, which dulls down quite nicely with a shade, and then I'll sort of go back in and touch bits of it up. Sven Hanneman says the D in PhD stands for dungeon. And the shield there, a little 3-part Skaven swirly thing. The nice witch says, "What is this rat's backstory? What is the deal with this rat, etc., etc.?" Are you doing a bit? Are you doing it like a Jeffrey Sattler? What is the deal with well, that's more Christopher Walken, isn't it? You doing a Seinfeld bit about rat men? Nice witch. Is this your type 5? Jerry, you gotta see these rat men. Yo ma. Nice witch says, "I'm just practicing my type 5. Yes. Great minds think alike." If you found what the nice witch has been saying funny, don't forget you can check out the nice witch on Twitch. Twitch.tv/VE. So the, but with an extra E, the nice witch. Which is good. Watch. So there. also very fucking good at Tetris. So I learned the hard way that day when we all played Tetris 99 and became aware of Josh the Tetris Cryptid. Inseer says, been a few weeks since I caught one of Johnny's streams and I was a little thrown off by their hair growth. Funny considering I thought I wouldn't get used to the close shave. Yeah, my hair grows really quite fast, actually. And to be honest with you, if you've just been watching episodes of Press Any Chiodini or what have you, you know, bear in mind those are 4 weeks behind. So if you're only tuning in on Saturdays, if you're like, that's my hair a month ago. So I guess this would come as a bit of a shock. People are now just picking apart Jeffrey Seinfeld. Jeffrey Seinfeld? Damn it. Jerry, that's his name normally. Jeffrey Seinfeld. Nice Witch says, I'm the Meryl Streep of Tetris. You heard it here first, folks. That's that one done. That's 5 down, 15 more rats to paint the wood of. Before we can move on to the next colour. Exciting. Need to get some more paint on the palette, actually. Jeremy Seinfeld. Jerrigan Seinfeld. Jeffrey Seinfeld. Right, where's this? Where's a bottle opener? I could have sworn I had one. Bollocks. Come on, time's wasting. Let's use a knife. A folded knife. The end of one. Don't worry, everyone. Oh, I haven't done that since I got my palm tattooed. Let's not do that. Maybe I'm just not having a delicious cider cold from the fridge. Where is my fucking bottle opener? Tetris Effect is on Switch now and you can play one-on-one. Oh, God. Maybe we should have a challenge stream where I take on community members one at a time. See how many I can get through. Before I eventually... Aha! Before I end up against the Nice Witch. Will says there's one on your apron, right? Is there? No, there isn't. Oh, God, what have I done? Shit. I switched to game picture-in-picture with Watson Cam. Lovely bar blade. Stole that from a bar job I had some years ago. It's actually a cider for those of you asking. I'm drinking an Aspel. It's for fun. Nyalathai Rich says, may we see the palm tattoo? It sounds itchy and that's the true pain of a tattoo. Yeah, it's itchy as fuck. Hang on, let me just zoom out. I've been clapping like a flamenco dancer for days now. But that's it. It's chili plant leaves and flowers. And it's holding quite well, actually. Ooh. Right. Chaos says, Tetris Effect streamed to VR is a fantastic way to both relax and become super stressed at the same time. You know, the funny thing is that the refresh rate on a PSVR headset is faster than it would be on a telly. So they were like, as a thing, they were trying to get some pro Tetris players to play Tetris Effect. I think it was Tetris Effect in VR to be like, whoa, how's it going? And they were like, oh, no, I can go faster with this because it actually makes a difference to them. Terrifying. Remarkable. Michael Berthelsen says, either that bottle is quite large or Johnny is tiny. It's It's just a tall bottle. It's a 500ml bottle of cider, but, you know. Titan Uranus says, pro Tetris players? You know, like competitive Tetris players. There's a whole scene, as with many other games. Is this wood? No, that's metal, that front bit. So says I. Why are you over there? Because I didn't actually paint... Oh, I painted some of the wood on you. Okay. Nanotho Rich says, that's really nice. Thank you for indulging. I used to get weird looks for slapping myself at work with the non-tattooed people and a respectful grim nod from those who have. Yup. Yeah, it's been a lot. It's actually been a pretty good heal. Like, my hand for the first day was incredibly swollen and like fairly painful, and then I slept and just didn't hurt, and my hand wasn't that swollen. I just had to keep it still, and now it's kind of mostly fine. It's still going to take a long while to settle. It's 2 weeks in. It's only just starting to peel, but yeah, I like a tattoo. Can't say I don't. You can. It would just be factually inaccurate. Adam Ellis says, would you recommend any IPAs for someone who wanted to try them? Interesting. I would say look for... I'm not going to... I don't think it would be helpful for me to recommend like specific IPAs, maybe? I don't know. So I think Hackney Brewery, and to be clear here, the founders are friends of mine, and, you know, we're mates. So I'm not entirely impartial. However, it is delicious beer. I think they make incredible beer. They make some very nice fruity IPAs. Some of them are quite light. But if you're looking in general at IPAs, you want to actually look at the tasting notes. I know they sound often indecipherable and snooty and all that kind of stuff, but if you know what you're looking for, they will describe what you can expect from it. So, like, for example, hazy IPAs, they literally are quite cloudy and they haven't been filtered or fined. So they can be like a little more like heavy in your stomach and in your mouth. But really what you want to look for are the tasting notes. If there are things like tropical in the notes, like that is often like quite a nice fruity thing. And like if you try a fruity tropical IPA, you'll know whether or not you like IPAs. But they're also just some of the more interesting ones and nice. If you can also find the IBU number, that is basically a numerical indicator of how bitter the beer is. And this is where people sort of tend to struggle. So there are breweries like 5 Points, which is a London-based brewery based in Hackney, and they do very tropical sort of like session IPAs. But I find all of their beers quite bitter, like slightly too bitter for my palate. So sort of just read up on things and just try a couple. And if you don't like them, you don't like them. You know, if you do like them, if you talk, you know, if there's someone in the shop who knows about IPAs and you like them, you can be like, I like this IPA. What sort of thing can you recommend? And you'll learn what hops you like and what you don't. If you know you keep going and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, have a bit of fun. Titan Uranus says, isn't 5 Points in New York? I'm pretty sure Oh, yes, 5 Points is a thing, right? Because that's like Gangs of New York. They're like Liam Neeson is going to try and take the 5 Points now, but no, it's the roundabout by the Pembury Tavern, not the roundabout, the sort of junction by the Pembury Tavern, which is now owned by 5 Points. That gave 5 Points its name. Sort of an intersection between Amherst Road, I want to say, and some other roads. I used to live near there. It's in Hackney Central, or Hackney Downs, really. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Hackney Brewery for life. But yeah, There's a 5 Points neighborhood in Atlanta too, says Emma Blass. Ah. EJ says, hello Johnny, hello everyone. Sorry I'm late, had an accidental nap. Nap. Hope you're all having a lovely day. Do not apologise. A nap is a beautiful thing. And also, you're not late, nor are you early. You arrive precisely when you mean to. There's no such thing as being late to one of these streams, and you certainly don't need to apologise for it. The whole thing about this is that it's video for you to consume as and when you want, whether you want to do it live, whether you want to tune in and wind back to the start of the stream, or whether you want to watch it on catch-up. Doesn't really matter. I'm having a lovely time doing this. I feel like I've gone through a real gamut of emotions here, from like resignment to fear to determination, and now I'm just having a nice chill time, really in the flow of it. Claire de Bear says, any chance of some Watson action? She's not in the room. She's off doing something. She's off being her own dog. She'll be okay. She, a fox bit her on the face this week. She's fine. But she, every time I go to check, she got a little tiny cut on her face. Every time I go to check it, she gets suspicious of me. So I'm trying not to sort of pick her up and wrestle her around too much at the moment, because otherwise she avoids me, because I'm often checking on any scratches or bumps or whatever she has, and she doesn't trust me some of the time. So there we go. Dr. Mobius has done a super chat saying, hi Johnny, playing Void Basters as I watch and learning all the great British humour. I had to ask, are cheese and onion sandwiches actually a thing? Oh yeah, absolutely. So like, yeah, you can either just have some cheese with just like some sliced raw onion in it, or some places sort of like, typically if you bought one in a supermarket, it would be like grated cheese tossed with like some finely diced, typically red onion, maybe a tiny bit of mayonnaise in there. Yeah, cheese and onion sandwiches, they're like a whole big thing. There's also a ploughman's lunch, which is like bread and cheese and pickled onions and, often some meat and some salad leaves and stuff. So yeah, they go together all right. Don't you worry about it, sunshine. Hopefully that was illuminating for you. Just another broke nerd. Yes, the Oxventure sessions from EGX will make it to YouTube. They'll obviously be going up on either Outside Xbox or Outside Extra. Keep an eye on their channels. I don't know exactly when their channels, because Mike. Keep an eye on their social accounts, because I don't know exactly when they're going up. But yes, you'll be able to watch them in full. And good fun they are too, if I dare say so myself. Right. 5 rats left in terms of the fucking what about chili sauce? Piss off, Emma Benton. You're a wonderful person, but piss off. 5 rats to do the wood bits on, and then we're closing in on the shading bit of this. And the nice thing about shading 20 rats is by the time you've shaded all 20, the first one's probably ready to paint again. It's just efficient. Just efficient, mate. Fucking chili sauce. Do 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 do. The nice witch says, wish I had 20 rats. they're pretty neat, I'll tell you that much. These ones have got about 100 siblings already stored up in a storage case, so it'll be fun to introduce them all. Titan Uranus says, I love weird British sandwiches. Burrito's done a super chat saying, for actually making good time painting 20 rats. Thank you very much, Burrito. It's gone all right, actually. I thought it was a fool's errand, but also if I'd just done 10, I would have been done quite a long time ago, because, you know, I'm quick at painting a rat. But, what are other weird British sandwiches? Because obviously, to us, they're just sandwiches. But what's you know, I'm intrigued by anyone who knows who, you know, I'm intrigued to learn what people think of as weird British sandwiches. Wait, because Tony Rose says, I love weird British sandwiches. I had a massive egg banjo phase when I first moved out. What the fuck is an egg banjo? What does that mean? Titan Uranus, explain. Coronation chicken, that is a weird one. Curry's chicken with raisins in it. Marmite's not weird. Crisp sandwiches. Okay, crisp sandwiches are weird, but they're also fucking great, so, you know, who's complaining, really? Coronation chicken is an odd thing. I don't think egg mayo is that weird. Chip butty. I mean, yeah, putting carbs in carbs, that's a bit strange. Robert Griffin's done a super chat saying, I love the community here. All of you are awesome, but I need some help to have to deal with my boss who refuses to respect my new pronouns. Any advice for controlling one's anger or how to call someone an ass in a new language? That sounds like a tough scenario. I'm very sorry that your pronouns are not being respected. That must be really very hard for you. I don't know if there is an HR department that you could get in touch with over this, but you know, like, refusing to respect someone's pronouns is discriminatory, and that is not good. So that would be my guess. But you know, I'm not a legal professional, so I don't know about, you know, the employment law where you are. But either way, I'm very sorry that is the case. That is difficult. Emma Benton says, what the fuck is coronation chicken? All right, Emma, strap in. Just some sort of plain cooked chicken cut up into little teeny tiny cubes. And then you get some mayonnaise and you stir in like curry powder, like cumin and pepper and a whole bunch of spices, and you sort of just make a weird, slightly orangey sauce. And then you add raisins. Or it's more like soaked currants, isn't it? Or is it currants or is it sultanas? Either way, like sort of just juicy raisins go in there. So it's chicken in a spicy mayonnaise with fruit. It is weird. It's weird. Just, you know. So there you go. Zizthra says it's the raisins that kill it. Emma Benton says, sounds interesting. Do speak your mind, Emma. Don't be polite about coronation chicken of all things. It's kind of like what I like to think of as sort of like British desperation foods. Like things that were dreamed up and popularized at a time when just food was chronically shit here. Like real fucking bad. And now somehow people are clinging onto it as like a good thing, despite the fact we've moved on, you know? It's the sandwich equivalent of trying to stick leeches on someone when they're sick, is my take on coronation chicken. Especially when people put it in a jacket potato. I'm going to have a jacket potato with coronation chicken. Why? Why? We're not a good nation. We're just not. I've said it before. I'll fucking say it again, especially about coronation chicken, hey? Well, there we go. Anyway, I'm going to put some new music on. Lucy Mama says, when in doubt, blame it on the war. Cameron Hector says, for a country that colonised many of the spice-producing countries of the world, British food is surprisingly bland. Ah, yes, but we're also rich. But yes, you're absolutely right. Rich-ish and getting poorer by the day because of our own choices. Just put some, yeah, oh yeah, I like this playlist. This playlist called Songs with Massive Fucking Bells in. To be fair, at the moment it's only three songs. For Whom the Bell Tolls by Metallica, Hell's Bells by AC/DC, and Hallowed Be Thy Name by Iron Maiden. But it makes me happy. Sven Hanneman says, well, currently we're going backwards. Roll on 2022. We would love to have some coronation chicken. You take that back. Never, ever, ever going to enjoy coronation chicken. I was lied to as a child by a society that decided coronation chicken was fine. Wasn't. Little shield there. One rat to do in terms of wood. Kunigan says, do cannons count as bells? No. Next question. Because in the 1812 overture, there's shitloads of bells. But people don't lose their minds over that. It's the cannons they remember. And that's because they're cannons. All right. Wood, done. I'm going to really rapidly go through this and just paint any bits that are meant to be leather. Anonymous says, in Sweden there's a dish with chicken, banana, bacon, heavy cream, chili sauce and salted roasted peanuts. Is that a Flying Jacob? I've heard of it. I planned to make it once, but I never did. It sounds interesting. I'll say that much. Jazzy B says, I must say, though, I had a fantastic cottage pie at the weekend. I mean, there are good bits in British cuisine. It's just simple comfort food. But, you know, you stack it up against some other things around the world where they're like, oh, this is a really common dish we eat. It's like, oh, it's not just a root vegetable and some meat sort of slopped in together. I understand. You know? Police bells and church sirens by Nephew is good, says keep calm and reload. Oh, okay. The Nice Witch says, look, we got Greg's and that's enough for me. Fair enough. Greg's is pretty great, in fairness. Yeah, unfortunately, if I start adding songs to the songs with massive fucking bells in playlist, I'm going to fall behind on my painting. But your recommendations are noted, and I thank you for them. Yep. Sort of tied bits on there. I don't know what this is, but we'll paint it that colour. Why not? Cool. 2 down, 18 to go. Half an hour. We're going to just about shade this stuff before the end of the stream, which isn't half bad. Right, 3 down. 4 down. Oh, Christ. Ooh, that's fine. That'll do. 5. 6. Only doing the bits that are really obviously like big parts of leather. Like this one. So that's 7 down, 13 to go. Aha, the chat has started to argue about rice pudding. Rice pudding's nice. And also it's not, you know, it's not uniquely British or weird. If you look at juk or congee, acceptable foods all. Will says rice pudding with a bit of jam in. Very nice. Yeah, it's just good. It's good, isn't it? That one's fine. This one's not. Okay, here we go. Emma Blass says, fair enough. Who looked at rice and said dessert? Yeah, but then mochi, you know? Absolutely bloody delicious. 3, 6, 7, 10. So we're halfway through the leathery bits. Alright, we're going to be fine with this. Good Luck or a Quick Death has done a super chat. Has not attached a message. So good luck or a quick death if that was accidental. Don't super chat again. Just let me know what it was and I will read it out. But either way, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. It's nice to see you. You get a little paint. Little belt there, don't you? Eh? So you could get away. No, no, no. All right. The nice switch says, okay, so what foods haven't we covered yet? Faisal says, you got to name all 20 rats, Johnny. It's only fair. No. They die so easily. You can't be attached to clan rats when you're playing. And then I'd have to name all the ones I've already done, because they'd be jealous. It's a big undertaking, buddy. You know? Oop. Crowdsource the names for the rats. We're just not naming the rats. It's going to make it too hard to say goodbye to them when they get smashed in. Oh, did someone say carrot cake? Fucking love carrot cake. And courgette cake. Also a very nice thing to eat. Haven't made it in ages, but I used to make an absolutely banging courgette cake. It was from a Nigella Lawson recipe, in fairness. So it wasn't my recipe. And from what I understand, she's very good at her job. Rats, rats, rats. Rats, rats, rats. Rats don't understand these things. The nice switch says all the rats are named after notable EastEnders characters. Johnny is currently painting Pat Butcher. Fine, that I will accept. This rat is called Wellard. Titan Uranus has done a super chat saying, name the rats after chat, make their deaths cathartic. Oh, come on, that's... I know you make me facepalm quite a lot, but I don't want to see you get killed on the battlefield. Give me a second, I'll paint Little Mo. This is Little Mo. Got to paint her little belt. We'll paint Mo in a sec. Isn't Mo, Mo is Gary Oldman's sister, isn't she? This is Lisa, who shot Phil Mitchell. So Phil Mitchell obviously isn't one of the clan rats who got shot. Oh no, he survived, didn't he? Spoilers, obviously, but you know, you've had time to catch up in fairness. Caitlin is on a super chat saying, I took the train to in-person therapy for the first time since everything, and no one came to take my fare, so I can give it to you. Love your channel. Thank you, Caitlin. That's very kind of you. I hope the train journey was peaceful. It sounds like it if no one came to take your fare. And I hope that therapy was good and productive and not too upsetting. Quick, the Nice Witch. What's Danny Dyer's character called in EastEnders? Tom Williams says, have you noticed how much more present the GIF have become in the D&D community since you featured them during the OX HR crossover? Either that or I'm experiencing a frequency illusion. I've not noticed anything, so I don't know. The Nice Switch says, I'm wearing an Ian Beale t-shirt right now. My interests are very focused. Yeah, fair. Mick Carter. Right. All right, everyone, get ready to say hello to Mick Carter, the clan rat. He's got a little bell. Ding dong. I'm Mick Carter. That's not what Danny Dyer sounds like, is it? Danny Dyer. He's in Nice with his trotters up, etc., etc. There we go. I got 2 more rats to paint before we change colours. So this is Ian Beale. Brackets, the rat. Ian Beale, the rat. There we go. And this one's called Barry from EastEnders. That's his full name. Don't ask why, he gets quite touchy about it. Jazzy B says, wrong soap, but Harold Bishop. What a sweetheart, eh? God, do you remember that time when a jukebox tried to kill him? Fucking hell. Was it Toadie who fixed up that jukebox? Badly. Could have killed him, Toadfish. No wonder he became a lawyer. Just in case Harold got wise and sued the shit out of him. Janine, who pushed Barry off EastEnders to his death, has just come back. Yes, please. Maybe I'll start watching EastEnders again. Holy shit. I probably won't. Right. Okie dokie. So now we just got to touch up the skin a little bit on these little bastards, and then we'll be into shading them, which we can just about get done. So, Iron Maiden in my ears is actually really helping here, so might stick with it. Right. Might change to a Maiden playlist. Yep, sure enough, I've splotched quite a lot of paint onto the skin and missed some bits, so I'm just going to very quickly tidy these up. How's everyone else doing? Are you still chipping away at your struggle projects, or have you started to take it easy? Both are fine, obviously. I'm not your boss. Nice Witch says, hello. Sorry, it says, hilarity. Now I've forced everyone to talk about EastEnders. I have to go to watch EastEnders. Take it easy, everyone. Take care, Nice Witch. I hope EastEnders is good. Wow, I really did a number on some of these arms and legs, didn't I? That's fine. Jazzy B says, so, Brookside? In Felix Raw says, I'm only 33 crosses away from being finished with this cross stitch. Yes, please. That sounds great. Keep it up, in Felix Raw. I'm not going to get these finished by the end of the stream, but I am going to get them in pretty good shape, actually. So that's a bonus. Not my name says my Prime Skitari Rangers are looking at me sadly while I work. I'm sorry. Goonigan says, Johnny, why did you get an arts degree stuck on a mini essay? It's all I ever wanted to do, really, study English. Unfortunately, in my A-levels, I exclusively did essay subjects. Just like them. But I hope you get unstuck on the mini essay very, very soon. Where's my Iron Maiden playlist? I'm gonna need it if we're to get through this. Maiden bangers, there we go. Oh God. Oh, I never thought about how awful that playlist name is. It's not what I meant when I made this playlist, apparently back in 2018. But, wow. Yeah, for 3 years I've just sat there with a playlist called Maiden Bangers on my account. That's embarrassing. Arcadia just says, oh dear, I know. Well, at least I realised. Maiden bangs. Whee. Wouldn't even be any better if I changed it to Iron Maiden Bangers. You have to change it to Bangers by the band Iron Maiden, aren't I? It's not nearly as catchy. Anonymous says, just a question of socioeconomics. Is the East End a poor neighbourhood or a posh one? Is this in London? Because Ostermalm in Stockholm is the east bit and it is comparatively posh. I think I've... Oh, no, I've not stayed in Ostermalm. I stayed in Södermalm, which was very cool and hip. East London has become intensely gentrified. So areas like Shoreditch and Dalston have become very trendy, and therefore a lot of people who live there for generations have been pushed out. The same is true in a lot of other areas of Hackney, including like Homerton and Clapton now. Traditionally, no, the East End was very working class. And also, during the Second World War, it was flattened by bombing. So a lot of the buildings are newer. So yeah, London's East End is like, it's not universally sort of been gentrified and posh. Like there are still bits that are sort of, as the East End has traditionally been sort of not posh, but yeah, regrettably, capitalism is chewing up quite a lot of East London. So there you go. Oh yeah, of course. And Aidan Folk says it's where the London Docklands were. So yeah, like ship-based commerce used to be tremendously important to London. Obviously, that's less of a thing now. So for years and years and years, the Docklands of London would just lay sort of like desolate and empty and were pretty run down. That sort of started changing again, but yeah, East London's been through like a lot of change over the last 100 years or so. It's been quite marked. Winnie Forecast has done a super chat saying, "Pun to make you smile." Brackets to the person who invented zero. Thanks for nothing. Bad pun, yes, but the groan/smile is worth it. I'd never heard that before, but I liked it. To the person who invented zero, thanks for nothing. Take that, the Roman Empire, am I right? All right. Just another broke nerd says is Camden still where you can get knockoff goods. Our guide took us there to get affordable Doc Martens. Camden's still got a market, which is sort of what made it famous along those lines. But I actually don't know vis-a-vis the availability of knockoff goods. I don't know if there was a DM's outlet store out there, but I do know that, yeah, Camden was always like a good place to pick up some Doc Martens. To be honest, I just wait until they have a sale on the internet and then I pick up a pair because they last for ages. Just checking over the skin of these last rats, and then we need to paint the other skin tone on it. Nick Jeffrey's done another super chat saying, historically speaking, east sides of cities do tend to be the poorer districts. Often prevailing winds make these the area where industry is. I had never considered that. Huh. There you go. We all learned something today. Oops. Just another broke nerd says, yeah, eBay wasn't a thing 20 plus years ago. Very, very true. Okay. All right. That's all the rat skin flesh done. So, I'm just going to check why my phone's going off. Okay. Kislev flesh. Here we go. So, what we're doing now is just highlighting bits of musculature and facial features on the rats, which we will do again once they've been shaded, but it's, fucking, come on. Fucking Citadel pots, I hate them. You're a lid. Stay on. Be a lid for once in your fucking life. Oi, oi, oi. Right, anyway. Here we go. So, for example, on this rat, you can see, let's just fix the focus. I've added a bit of colour to the cheeks here and to the tail. Do it over on this side as well. So you can, come on, focus. There we go. All right. There as well. Got to go quite fast now if I want to get this done. I know it's not a rush job. It's about just working on the things we've been installing on, but I really want to get these shaded today if I can. There we go. 1. Come on, you little bastards. 2. You see, just like adding in a second skin colour just sort of creates a little bit more contrast. Nice. Bit of metal I missed there. That's fun. Let's fix that very quickly. Three. Oh no! Oh, I tried to hold that sneeze in and it escaped, and that was horrible. That felt nasty and sounded bad. I think I just heard someone laugh at me from the next room over. I definitely did. Ooh. Five. 15 more to do. And then shading. It's going to be tight, but I think we can do it. Nice thing about this is you can be a little bit slapdash with it because the shade actually flattens a lot of this colour, or rather sort of blends it together quite nicely. And we're going to go back in with this same colour again after the shade to kind of re-emphasise that highlight, but in a slightly smaller area to make it sort of seem more naturally built up. So that's 6, so you can actually go quite fast. So sorry that I'm not reading chat very much. I am, like I say, nose to the grindstone, which is 20 rats. Just another break note says, what are your 3 must-see places you recommend to people visiting London for a more authentic experience? Oh, gosh. I don't know, because London's so varied, you know, like... what I do like to do is if, you know, people tell me what neighbourhood they're in, I like to give them sort of local recommendations so they can get a feel of that neighbourhood. I can't really... It's not like, you know, I feel like there are 3 places you must go, and then you're like, and then you'll know what London is. I think getting people to visit a park is often quite nice because people are like, oh, London, bustle, bustle, you know, like touristy places. And a lot of the big tourist attractions aren't very nice places to be around. Like a lot of them are just like places where people don't tend to stop. And it's nice to go to a park and take some time out, really. Like, I love the Natural History Museum. I think that's great. Maritime Greenwich is wonderful because that's sort of an area steeped in history. It's British history, so a lot of it is awful, but it's a nice place and it's very authentically like British and London. So I think Maritime Greenwich is great. Yeah, I don't know. I find it extraordinarily difficult to sort of try and define London succinctly because it's meant so many different things to me at different ages and times, and different bits have meant loads to me that now I never go to because you know I don't work or live there anymore, etc., etc. It's so vast it defies not comprehension but definition as far as I'm concerned. Jack Wood says the Cutty Sark is very impressive and being able to walk under it is terrifying, isn't it? I've actually got the Cutty Sark tattooed on my arm because I used to go there all the time as a kid, and oh my god, it was really important to me. Ow! All right, 6 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 rat faces to highlight, and then 20 rats to shade. So I might run over by a few minutes today, but whatever else happens, I'm highlighting these faces and shading these rats, and then we'll go. So, what else? Oh, that hurt, actually. That really dug into my my nerve. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, well. RV Dammit says, I suggest a walk from Borough Market to Tate Modern. Great shout. Really good shout. Borough Market's lovely. South London, like, you know, just by the river and stuff, is like a really interesting place. And Tate Modern's great, and you get to go along the river and stuff. You know what? I'd also say some London cemeteries. I'm not even kidding. There are some interesting people buried in London cemeteries, including Karl Marx. But also, some of them are just really, really beautiful. Abney Park Cemetery is nice. Highgate Cemetery is very nice. And who doesn't love a good old-fashioned cemetery every once in a while, you know? All right. 7 to go. Jack Wood says the Highgate Cemetery is one of the most relaxing days out I've ever had. There you go. And you can read all about the Highgate Vampire. The Parkland Walk is very good as well. That's a disused railway where they pulled up the tracks and turned it into Parkland. And you can just walk along, and there's a cool statue of a green man coming out of a tunnel that inspired a Stephen King short story. One of the tunnels has been converted into a bat sanctuary, which is very good. Davy Jones says, random question, what should I play, Stardew Valley or Dead Cells? Dead Cells, unless you've had a hard day, in which case, Stardew. Next question, everybody. Right. 5 rats left to go. Sir Anthony of Hawke asked Davy Jones, do you want to relax or hate yourself? The thing is, that's a valid question. Like, it works both ways, because I find Stardew occasionally very stressful, and I find Dead Cells quite relaxing, actually. So either game could give me either sensation, to be perfectly honest. Okay. Ooh, it's a bit sloppy. Doesn't matter. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, 3 rats to go. Then we break out the Reichland Flashshade. And we go to town. Why does it feel like the focus is still a bit soft? There we go. That'll do. Okay. Ooh. One more, then we shade. Okie dokie. Right, 20 rats, base coated. Time to shade them. Oi. Jack Wood says there's a small restored cemetery not far from Borough Market that was used primarily for burying sex workers, which is quite an interesting bit of history. Yeah, it's the shit, what's it called? They used to call those women grey geese, and I think it might be it's not the Crossbones graveyard, but it's somewhat similar. Yeah, there was a big fight to keep the cemetery there and not allow TFL to develop on it. Actually, it's very interesting. But yeah, I used to work right near there. I used to live right near there, actually. That went the wrong way. All right. So we're running over slightly. It's now 8 p.m. But, oh Christ, it's happening. I'm gonna shade 20 rats. Yeah, liquid talent. Everything just looks so much better after it's been shaded, I swear. Like, oh look, oh for fuck's sake. A half-decent rat. So how about you all? How do you feel after the first ever Stubborn Project stream? Have you managed to make some progress on something? Have you had a nice time? You ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight? Oh, Emma Benton says, if you boil down a funny bone, it becomes a laughing stock, and I find that quite humorous. Fucking hell. Good lord. Time for the excellence juice. I've never heard it called that, Jackwood, but I like that. That's a good one. If he says yes, 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 and no problem. Arsene Vassabal says, so much progress. Onsen Sweeney says, been working on my homework during the stream and it's been great. Tom Williams says, the real progress we made was the friends along the way. But the real progress was the friends we made along the way. Benny42 says, yes, I have finished one homework, almost finished the next one. Get in, mate. Grumble74 says, it's been a great Canadian Thanksgiving Monday. Bloody hell, Trish Sharp says, I've completed a whole 3 projects and the incomplete work guilt has finally left me alone. All in all, excellent. Congratulations. That's brilliant. Missed a bit on this model, but it's too late now. It's being shaded. Ha ha. Like I said, this is rank and file, so it doesn't have to be... Oh! Perfect. It's pinged the brush off my nose. And that's why we wear an apron, isn't it, Johnny? Yes, it is. I'll show you these once I'm done sort of speed shading them. Reikland Flesh Shade. Friend 2 rats everywhere. Stop going off phone. There's a bit I really poorly painted, so I've absolutely... See you later, brush. I've absolutely flooded it with shade just to cover that up. Lewis Cowper, I see what you're doing when you say there are bicycle messengers in India that transport deep-fried and battered cheese and they have special bags to carry them. I see you. Don't think I don't notice these things, because I fucking well do. King. That's right, they have pane paneer pandas. Panniers. Pane paneer panniers. Awful. Awful, Lewis. Giving Emma Benton a run for her money. And I do not say that lightly. Whoa! Sir Anthony of Hawke comes out swinging and just says paneer is bad. No, it isn't. It's delicious. It's fucking great. Sag paneer. Absolutely incredible. Blinding stuff. We ordered Indian food a while ago and opted for the vegan paneer. Just, curious as to what it was, wanting to try it out. It's tofu. It was quite disappointing. Because when you think paneer, you think cheese. You think, it's got bite to it. It's got density. Tofu's great, but it's not cheese. Like, no one's pretending that it's cheese. Shade the rats. Shade the rats. Getting there. It's like after school detention. I'm not allowed to turn the stream off until I finish shading my rats. And I know for a fact I'm going to be flicking so much Reichland Flash Shade onto my monitor right now. So much of it. Lewis Cowper's somehow doubling down and delivering more puns about food. Clearly I've lost control of chat. If that implies I ever had it. That's a good joke. Well done, Johnny. Three, 6, 11. Okay, getting there. 9 to go. There's the other cat going bananas now. Who knows why? Her life is pain. It isn't, for the record. She just feels very sorry for herself and likes to scream. And we take good care of her. Yeah! 20 clan rats. These are coming together pretty well. So all in all, I feel like I've managed to get something decent out of the Stubborn Project stream. Let's do another one of these in a few weeks, eh? Anymore. 2 minutes to midnight. Six to go. Jack Wood just says big mood, Luna. Yep. Come on. A chartreuse goose says, I think once every 4 weeks. That way the hated projects have enough time to rest and you don't feel overwhelmed doing them in 4-hour blocks. That sounds good. Yeah. I'm up for that. Yeah, 1 in 4 ratio is pretty decent, if you ask me. I see the chat has fallen back into another endless cheese pun spiral. So I'll do my best to end this stream as soon as I can. There are 2 more rats to shade after this one. Then I'll show them to you, and then we can all potter off and do whatever it is we have planned with the rest of our day. I was meant to be running a pen and paper session, but if my phone is anything to go by, I don't think that's happening. So I might do some writing just for pleasure. Burrito has done a super chat saying 4-hour plus painting stream badge. Thank you very much, Burrito. That's very kind. I do still mean to do that charity stream where I paint an entire Start Collecting box from start to finish in either non-binary or trans flag colours to raise some cash, but that's going to be quite an undertaking. So we'll see when we get round to that one. Probably in the new year. All right, this is the last rat. And I'll show you some of the other ones I've done because the shade is drying on those quite nicely and it means they don't look all glossy. Oi, oi, oi. Emma Benton, as ever, is right on point with the link to the Patreon. If you're not already aware, I do have a Patreon. It's patreon.com/Johnny Chiodini. If you want to support me directly, you absolutely can. This one's still a bit shiny, actually. I thought this was drier. But here we go. I have... These still need highlighting, but all in all... We've base coated and shaded 20 clan rats over the last 4 hours, and I feel quite good about that. Just some lovely ratty fellas. Yeah, so. Oh, we got there. We can all take a step back. If you're still in the zone, obviously keep working on your stubborn project. But generally speaking, I found it extremely useful to crack into a stubborn project, and it feels like it's paid off. I've got like 20 rats nearly done, which is lovely. So thank you so much for joining me for this stream. I'll be back later in the week on Thursday with a gaming stream as per usual. There's some other stuff going up on the channel. The next episodes of Preston and Chiodini are going live on Saturday. You'll get a new episode of Dishonored 2, which one depends on whether you or not you're a patron at a certain level. There's stuff. Keep an eye on the Patreon. Keep an eye on my Twitter, which is twitter.com/John JOHNNEH, and I will be back before you know it. But before we go, just take a moment to congratulate yourselves for working on those stubborn projects, because hobbies aren't meant to be work, but they can often feel that way when you're just like, oh my god, I've got to do this thing that I'm meant to be enjoying. So hopefully today took the sting out of it, and hopefully today made it a bit easier to crack on with those things. And we can all carry on doing whatever we like in our hobby time, but we'll be back in 4 weeks to do this bit again. So enjoy that, and as Fist of Fury says, slap yourselves on the backs. So yeah, thank you all so much. Have a lovely rest of the day, however much of it is left, and I will catch you soon. Take care. Goodbye.